I'm sorry, you guys. I was muted that whole time. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry. The stupid microphone always shuts me down. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. Like I said, it's great to have you guys back again today. And my apologies that there was no morning show today. I was preparing for this show. That's why. But we'll be back tomorrow morning and jump back into that mix. Today, it's a very important show. Today, we're looking into what happened with Mr. Doug Teal. We're back again in Fredericktown, Missouri. As you all remember, Timmy Dees, Durante Martin, Michaela Jones. There's multiple cases we've looked at. We've had an 8-hour show we spent with Amanda Yates about what's going on in this area. Missouri. Well, today we have a treat. Doug Teal's mother, Karen's going to be joining us. And we're going to get that whole story from her. Plus, we have a lot more. Again, I'll be joined also by my amazing producer, Doodlebug. And we're going to go through it, guys. You're all going to get to meet Doug's mom, Karen. So please share this out to anybody you can think of throughout all your social media accounts. It's a very important show. We need to get justice for Doug Teal, guys. There's no two ways to look at it. It's enough. That goes with any of these cases. So thank you all for being here again today. You are so very much appreciated. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here as well. Again, please share this out any which way you can, if you will. And guys, please hit the like button when you come through the door so that we can get this in that algorithm. It's very important that we get this in the algorithm today, at least. That being said, guys, it is time for me to shut my mouth and get this show on the road. Here we go. Oops. All right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It's grateful to see you guys here today. Sorry about that whole technical thing in the beginning, but I'm glad to have you all back here with me. We got 30 people in here so far, 24 likes. Let's like it up, guys. This is a big, important show with me today. We need to bring awareness to these situations going on in Fredericktown again. Back here again and again and again and again. I've been here. What is going on? Why do people keep showing up dead in this city, guys, this town? It's insane to me. I don't understand it. Well, we need to talk about it. And again, we have an amazing treat today that we will be joined by Miss Karen, Douglas Teal's mother. We're going to get her side of the story. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. First and foremost, we will be joined, though, by our lovely Doodlebug. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Miss Doodle, how are you? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, yes. Good.
Okay. Good afternoon to you. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Good to have you here. You sound like you're a little far away. Are you there?
I'm on my laptop. Maybe that's it.
No. There we go. I just had to turn my thing up. You're good. So first and foremost, before we get started with anything, I got a phone call this morning, about 2 hours ago. one of our awesome and amazing community members is celebrating a birthday today. Mr. Philip Hughes, excuse me, Mrs. Dago is she handles his treatments and is taking care of him today. And come to find out it was his birthday, and said, "Hey, it's Bill's birthday today. You might want to look into that." So, as we all know, before we get anywhere with anything in this very important show today, you know what I do with that, guys. It is what it is. So, first off and foremost, if everybody could please wish Mr. Philip Hughes a happy birthday, the happiest birthday he could have. Please do that. And you know what we do at that point. So I'm going to be putting it out there for you, Philip. You know how it goes. Let me see what we got here. All right, Mr. Phillip. Like I said, I try to pick these specific for everyone. This is kind of funny to me. You seem like you would have a great sense of humor, my friend. This is your specific song from me and this community to you. And I hope you have, Philip, the absolute best day you possibly can have. Leading up to next year when we can do this again with you, my brother. Have the best year possible. And thank you for being here and being part of this community. We love you, Philip. We appreciate you. And have
I hear today it's your birthday. So I like to play a little rocking happy birthday song, especially for you.
Wait a minute. Did I just see we have 2 birthdays in here? Oh, good gracious. All right. Well, Miss Kells, you will get your own personal song as well. Happy birthday to you as well. I didn't realize. So we got 2. All right. We'll work them both out. This one's for you, Philip. Yours will be right after this, Miss Kells.
Happy birthday to you. May all your wishes come true. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. May the sun shine for you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
All right, Philip, thank you so much again for being part of this community, and I hope you have the best day you absolutely can. Again, Philip, happy birthday to you, my friend. God bless. And again, have the best year you can. reaching out or following up to next year when we can do this again for you. The day of creation for all of you is absolutely amazing to me. And I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Sorry, guys. All right, let's see here. Give me 1 second, Miss Cat. All right, Miss Kells, it is your turn. Again, another funny one. I love this one. This is handpicked just for you, just like I do with everybody else's. I try to separate them. Some of them are fitting to a lot of you in that sense too, but we love you, Kells. You know that so very much. This one is for you from us. Happy birthday, my dear. All right, Miss Kells. I had to play that because it was too hilariously funny. And it was so. But I'm going to do this just because I don't want you to think it could be insulting to some people. But I think you got a good sense of humor too. And I also know that you like a certain thing. And I'm going to do this too for you because we love you, Kells. Kells 420. Happy birthday to you. 1 second here. Hold on. Sorry, I'm muted again. Everybody, again, if you would, please wish Miss Kells 420 and Mr. Philip Hughes the happiest, absolute happiest birthday they could absolutely have today and the best year possible leading up to next year. We can do this again. This is for you as well, Miss Kells, because I know. All right. Happy birthday to both of you. I played the funny ones because those were too much for me. I had to for each of you separately, and then you both get that one too. You know how that. That's absolutely how it works in this community and this channel. And here you guys both go. You got to share it though. Like I said, guys, I'm low on food stamps this month. I can't do it. So there you go. You guys got to share a cake. You do. Split it in half. Blow out them candles. Make a wish. And I hope you have the best year possible. Both of you. We appreciate you guys so very much here. We love you both. Thank you, Philip. Thank you, Kells, for being in this community and this part of this family. God bless and happy birthday once again. There you go. All right, guys. Again, like I said, thank you guys so much for joining me today. Let's see who we got with us today. It looks like SRB's in the house. Miss Victoria, welcome back. Flickery Foot, Miss Tracy, good to see you. Miss Cassie, hello. Doodlebug's in the house, of course. And she's going to be joining me up here today. She is the producer of this content for today. Brutally Honest is in the house. Welcome back to you. Let me see. Who do we have today? Phil Biggs, welcome back, my friend. Miss Bonnie Bailey, always a pleasure. Exotic Prairie in the house. Hello, and thank you for joining us. Of course, Philip Hughes and Miss Kells 420 celebrating their birthdays today. So many years younger. We love it, and so appreciate you both in this community. Miss Paula's in the house, dancing around. Love to see you. Steven's Adventure, welcome back to you. Doodlebug's passing out cake over here in the side right now. Let's see, who else do we have? I think I saw her. Not 100% sure, but I thought, hold on, let me get up here. 12's in the house. Welcome back, 12. Yes, I'm going to try to cover that, by the way, what you asked me. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Always a pleasure to see you, Miss Lovely Lady. Appreciate you very much. Did I see Brandy in here? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Share this out, everybody, if you will, please. It's a very important show, in my opinion, today. Walt Harris in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you to the Blue Crew for being here, because we all know that I could not, would not, nor should not do this without them. They make it happen. Medikuye. Oi, Yasin, again, welcome back to you. Good to see you, and my phone is always ringing. So welcome to everybody. If I miss you, don't take it personal. I will catch up with you here. Miss Zella's in the house. I'll be right back. All right, everybody. My apologies. Mrs. Dago says, hey, 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 happy birthday, Mr. Phillip, to you and Miss Kells. She says happy birthday. And look at this, you guys. Look at this. Miss Brandy B, the OG. Now, I gotta tell you, this says she's been a member for 20 months. That's a long time, guys. But Brandy has been here at least over 40 months. Okay. It's been with me for 3 years, solid, with no doubt, and still here rolling every single day she's in here. I love you, Brandy. You know I do. This is a big wow for me. And yay, yes, yay, you. Absolutely. And thank you for being as supportive as you have been with this community. Thank you for being so important to everybody in here and to the community in general, Brandy. We love you. I hope you are having a great day. And thank you for joining us once again. And congrats for being here. Happy Dagoversary. We appreciate you. Are you here, Doodlebug? Maybe not. I see JC Ann just jumped in here. Welcome back, JC. Good to see you today. Chick Bait, welcome back to you. Phil Biggs, good to see you, my friend. Again, everybody, please wish Miss Kells 420 and Mr. Philip Hughes a happy birthday today. And congratulations, Philip. Your daughter's getting married on Saturday. That's awesome. I know you're a proud papa. Anybody that does want to become a member, become a meatball and jump into sauce with the rest of us, please click on that link right there that SRB threw up. We got plenty of room in this pot full of sauce to jump the rest of you guys in here with us so we can spill sauce every day together. Thank you, Exotic, and congrats. And you're part of that. You've been here for more than one. If you've been here more than once, you become part of this community, in my opinion. And you have been. So we appreciate you very much. And thank you so much for being here. Good golly, I see Miss Molly in the house. Welcome back, Molly. Krista Williams in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you so very much. Let's see. I think I caught everybody. Hey, Walt. Dago here. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Crafts and Crimes in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Absolutely, Crafts. Welcome, welcome. Again, guys, Canadian Cat Lady, hello. It is wonderful to see you, my dear. We were just talking about you this morning. Are you there, Doodle? Can you hear me? No.
I can. Can you hear me?
There she is, yes.
I'm trying to figure out the mute button thing. I'm a little new to this.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Were we just not talking about this awesome lady here on the screen, the Canadian Cat Lady, this morning?
Yes, we were.
It's so
I hope
good
you're
to
doing
see her.
well, Cat Lady.
Yes,
I miss our chats.
absolutely. Great to see you, dear. I hope you're having a wonderful day today, and it's wonderful to have you here as always. Let's see, Captain Jack's in the house. Welcome back, Cap. Daniela Kiriako, the whole gang is here, guys. You guys are the family, the ones that we look for every single day. You are all amazing, as are you, Miss Cass. Again, everybody, please, please, please wish Miss Kells 420 and Mr. Philip Hughes a happy birthday and a great year till we can do this again next year, like I always say. Yes, yes, yes. So again, like I said, today is a very important show as far as I'm concerned. This is why the Doodle is joining me today. And again, like I said, she produced this show, as she does with everything that comes out of Missouri. You all know this. We're going to be looking into, again, another situation in Fredericktown, Missouri. We have been here 3 times now so far. That's a lot, you guys. 1 second here. My dog. Hey, you can't go wrong with that, brother. You can't go wrong with that, Philip. Forget about it. There's nothing but good Italian boy. Well, I shouldn't say that, but you can't go wrong with a good Italian boy. Maybe he can teach them recipes and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Congrats again, sir, for that. Good golly, Molly's in the house again. And I just saw our Pink is here today. Buenos dias to you, my dear. Thank you for joining us, guys. We got 41 people in here, 38 likes. We're getting there. Again, this one has to get out in that algorithm. This is a really, really serious issue. Fredericktown, Missouri. 3 times we've been here already. 4 times, maybe. This is the 4th or 5th. And it's for the same reason. People keep ending up showing up deceased. And there's never any justice behind it. Timmy D's, we all remember that. Durante Martin, we remember that. I had a 8 or 9, 10-hour long show one day with Miss Amanda Yates telling us all about these insane things going on. Corruption, 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 corruption. Is it corruption? Is it laziness? What the hell is it? But why is this happening? And these families of these victims that are showing up deceased are not getting the answers that they deserve. There's no closure, folks. None. If you remember Miss Barbara Hall, she's a very important member of this community. James Tate and his wife, they're in here constantly supporting this channel because we put out the stories of these horrible things that happen to these people's families, and they cannot get the answers or the help that they deserve in these. What are the answers to this, you guys? Welcome, Christina. Good to see you today. What are the answers? It doesn't make any sense to me. Doodle, the producer sitting here next to me, Doodle, worked in law enforcement in this area, and she doesn't even have the answers, you guys. She got away from it when she could because she saw what she saw, okay? Something's got to give. Sometimes it's got to stop somewhere, okay? And luckily enough today, we have the pleasure and the honor of being able to speak to Miss Karen, Doug Teal's mother, and she's going to tell us the real story, in my opinion. And there's still no 100% answers to this situation. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's really sad. And it needs as much awareness brought to it as possible. Maybe that will stop it. It's been going on for years, guys. I mean, Doodle, how long would you say that these kinds of things have been happening in this area?
Oh, it has to have happened many, many years. Am I still echoing? Because I
You
know
have
Phil's.
Yeah, you have a little echo, yes.
Okay.
Not
Should I hop down and just get on my phone then, you think?
do you have a reverb or anything, or do you have me turned
No.
on?
I'm so new to this, Dago. I have no idea.
Now, there you cleared up there. You're good there.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
that's-
well, how long would you say this stuff's been going on for? And roughly,
Oh.
what do you think?
At least 20 years. I mean, this goes back much longer than that, but I would say at least 20. I know at least 20.
20 years plus, you guys, come on. And it's all involving law enforcement in some senses, governmental issues, okay? There's a bigger story, well, not bigger, but another big story I'm going to be bringing to you relatively soon, now that I have permission to, at some point, that involves somebody very close to this community that is from the same area that I have a huge problem with after I heard the story, okay? And it's just, there's again and again and again and again and again. Donna I. Remember this situation, folks? There was weird things going on with that situation. I'm not comfortable with that either. Every other day, I could probably sit here on a weekly basis. A weekly basis. Be careful, crafts, and let us know what goes on. We appreciate you, and thank you for stopping by. On a weekly basis, I could probably come in here almost every day and find something new to bring out about this part of the map. And it would be new. You know what I'm saying? That's how sad this is. And again, the main reason why I do this, guys, is because these families deserve some form of closure, and they need answers to these questions that they have, that they're just being brushed off to the side and swept under the rug and told, go away. And in some cases, as we're going to hear today, very dangerous things have happened to some of these people. Very dangerous things. That's another one. That's another one. I know, Victoria. That's another big issue. I can go back and play it later. It's no big deal. This is a little bit more important than that, as far as I'm concerned. This is just a status hearing today in Idaho. This is definitely more important. So, absolutely, Crafts. Thank you so much. But yeah, here shortly, Miss Linda, or I'm sorry, Jesus, Karen is going to be joining us. Where did Linda come from? And we're definitely going to be bringing the story out, talking about it again. And it's kind of like a, how can I put it? Like a deja vu situation. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just different names, different people, same situations, guys. And it's just something's up with it. It's really not cool. This was another young man, had his whole life ahead of him, had a good job, friends, a loving family. Went to a party, never came back. I don't understand this. I just don't get it. These are young people, too, that are losing their lives, you guys. That's the thing. You know what I mean? They have their whole lives ahead of him, and there's no answers. Law enforcement just can't. They closed the case and said, move on.
So many discrepancies in this case. It's just heartbreaking to hear just the little things that you expect your law enforcement to do their job, serve and protect. But when that is an issue, I mean, so many people have been affected by this.
Well, agreed. There's no serving anything, and they're sure as hell not protecting anybody.
Right.
This
happened in July 15th, 2010, and she still has no answers. None.
Absolutely not. You want to know something, you guys? Miss Barbara, that we all talk about, Miss Kimberly Lott, which was Durante's grandmother, Miss Karen here. These people all know each other. They all communicate with each other. They hold each other up because they're all in the same situation, and they're all getting the same hand in the face when they want answers. What mother should have to accept the fact that, well, this is the answer that was given about this child, well, this young man, I should say, he's not a child. When his situation happened was that maybe he laid down to take a nap in the middle of the road. And you'll find out what I'm talking about here shortly. That's what she was told. What? No, guys. No. And it's not acceptable to just say that and then, okay, case closed, no foul play. We're moving on.
Well, the problem is the officers that came to the scene eventually was talking to her on her porch and had no evidence of anything that could have happened. They haven't even had time to investigate. Automatically told her, you know, maybe he just laid down in the middle of the road and took a nap. Or maybe he wanted to just end it all and just laid there. Now, if you were going to do that, would you really lay in the middle of the road and wait on a car? And then when you see the car, lay still and let it hit you?
Now, let me give you guys a little insight real quick. This kid, Doug Teal, was at a party before he passed that evening, okay? Commemorating a job well done for the job that he has and how well he's doing at his job. He had everything in front of him going forward. Positivity. No reason. There's no mental health issues. There's nothing like that. No reason for him to do something like that. He came from that party and did this happen. So you tell me that doesn't make any sense, guys. You tell me how that makes sense. It doesn't at all. And here we are again asking questions. And this poor mother, once again, just like Barbara Hall, just like Kimberly Lott, just like so many other parents in this area are told, case is closed. There's no foul play. I have no more answers for you. Move along. Get over it. Get over it, basically, is what they're told. That's not acceptable to me, you guys. You know that. You guys know how I am. And you know how passionate I am about things like this. What is this clear? Is this just the fact that these law enforcement officers are just lazy? They don't want to do their jobs? Or is there more to this? Is there something else going on in the background that leads to this situation? And I don't like rabbit holes. We all know that. But damn it, I'm telling you, there's so many of these names involved in these cases that keep reappearing. That's another one. You guys are going to hear it. If you guys remember the other cases we covered, there's one specific name that has come up in every single situation we've talked about. How is that possible? It's kind of strange to me. I'm sorry. It's a problem, folks. It's a really big problem. Okay. So, like I said, as we get into this today, here we are. These pictures up here are, of course, that's baby Doug there, of Doug. And look how throughout these pictures you see him grow. You see the smile that this child has on his face as a child to a 19-year-old man. It never changed. He had everything in front of him, everything going good in his life. He had supportive, full family, friends. Like I said, he came from a party commemorating a great job done at work. You tell me. I don't get it. I just don't. And like I said, Miss Karen is going to be joining us here shortly. She had some things going on that she had to handle first. And she's going to tell us her side of the story, the true side of the story, in my opinion. Yes, Victoria, I'm going to cover it later. I promise. Like I said, this is a little bit more important to me than it's a status hearing in Idaho. We know how that works. So, yeah, that's a good way to put that, chick bait. Kind of like a Bermuda Triangle there in Fredericktown. That whole area, actually. People go in, they don't come back out. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a crazy situation. It is.
I think the hardest part is that Karen has went through so much, because not only did this happen, then someone burned her home down, so she was homeless. They have tried to put her in jail. They have said that she was after the kids that Doug had partied with that night, that she was stalking this boy. And he finally admitted that no, she did not do that. They were going to lock her up. They had no problem locking her up. a grieving mother.
They're going to lock her up.
Yes. Mhm.
Can
Right.
this is what I'm talking about. None of this makes any sense to me, you guys.
No.
None of it. And when I look back and I go over these cases and I look at like the details and stuff like that, and I'm going, and I'm not even law enforcement, okay? I'm not. What's up, Josh? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. When you go back over the details in some of these cases and you look at even in the separate entities of the cases, they still match up to the same type things in every situation that are being either avoided, neglected, not investigated, not followed up with. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. How is it happening? How are some of the same things happening in all these cases? Why? You know what I mean? And I'm not saying they're exactly the same details. I'm saying in a range of, well, that happened again. Well, this happened here, there too. Well, that happened in Durante's case, and this happened in Michaela Jones's case. This happened in Timmy's case. How is this possible, guys? I don't understand it.
A part of me wonders if it's because there is such huge drug activity in these areas. So they automatically assume that drugs are involved. But in this case, the toxicology report came back and he had nothing but a little bit of weed in his system. That's it. He wasn't crazy drunk. He wasn't high on anything. He just had a little bit of weed in his system.
And weed doesn't make people do things
No.
like that.
No.
Come on, we all know that. It's legal mostly everywhere now anyway. So I'm just saying it doesn't.
It's
So-
legal in Missouri.
Right. Absolutely. And here we are again. I had to say, with Timmy's case, you know, he went to a party per se, or he was hanging out with friends, and then poof, he's gone. Durante was at a party or some kind of a get together, and poof, he's gone. Doug goes to a party, and poof, now he's gone. Why? You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't look past these things. Welcome, 12 Gauge. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, you're still echoing, hon.
Okay, I'm gonna switch over to my phone so that it's clear. So when Karen comes up, that she can understand me too. But I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. So again, like I said, you guys, it's like same but different. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's true. That's very true. Paula makes a good point that marijuana that was in his system, it didn't necessarily have to be from that day. It could have been from the day before, 2 days before, the trace of it, whatever it was. It doesn't mean it happened that night. Okay. He went to this party and then he went to a friend's house. There was some sort of an argument that we're going to hear about that his girlfriend actually heard. A 10-minute phone call. He asked a specific person, which we're going to get into too, for a ride home. His friend at that time couldn't do it. There's something wrong with his friend's car. It was anywhere between 4.5 to 6 miles for him to walk home back into town where they lived. He'd done it before, was no big deal. I do understand. My understanding is he shared a vehicle with other family members. He didn't have it that night, so he was kind of stuck. You know, he got a ride there and couldn't get a ride home, so he said, "Okay, I can walk. I've done it before." Can you hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me better?
That's better. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
So he started off walking. I think that was, I'm going to say until Karen gets in here, I can't have exacts on this. I'm just going to give you a little rough estimate of things, kind of a early understanding of what was going on that night. He starts walking somewhere around 1 a.m. or so and should have been home at that point, probably about an hour and a half or so. He would have made it home max, I think, maybe 2 hours. Around 3-something a.m. He's not home. So there's a lady that lives in this area, and she's taking her boyfriend to work to meet up for a carpool because he worked in St. Louis somewhere. So they all met at one specific area, and then they were going to ride together. Well, she's driving. It was really foggy that night or morning. It was early morning, and felt like they hit something. Her boyfriend's like, "We're running late. We got to get here." Thought it was a deer. They kept on going. She drops him off, and she's headed back, going home. And then she saw what she actually hit. And it was Doug was laying in the road, laying across the lanes, not this way, but laying across the lines in the lane. Okay, laid out perfectly, flat, straight up and down. She sees it. She swerves to the left. Unfortunately, she did hit him in some sense, but then, there was no service because this is a very rural area. She gets back to her house, which wasn't far away. She calls law enforcement. They're there within 2 to 3 minutes, folks. Boom. Okay. And so on and so forth. This is where law enforcement steps in. I'm just cutting this short. And they go to Karen and say, well, maybe he got tired and laid down in the middle of the road to take a nap. Who does that, guys? I don't care. I've seen people that are highly intoxicated that I've gone to help in different senses, working in EMS and fire. People aren't that dumb, okay? They don't do things.
It's unprofessional. You cannot say if there was foul play. You cannot say anything. If you weren't there, you do not know. You haven't investigated anything. How can you tell this mom what's happened when you have no idea?
How long had they been involved in an investigation, Doodle, before they gave that statement?
Oh no, it was right after. It was right after they were at the scene and they went to speak to to his mom, which that part is correct. But once they spoke to her, it's like they didn't care. Maybe he took a nap. Yeah, because we all take a nap in the middle of the road. I mean, come on.
They did. It sounds to me. Yes, there was a tox report done.
Yes.
Like she had said, and there was just a little bit of marijuana in his system, guys. Which again, didn't have to necessarily be from that night. Okay, just saying.
And if he was that high on marijuana, he wouldn't have said, I'm just going to walk home. I'm going to walk this 4 to 6 miles, because you're not going to walk that far high. You're just not going to do it. Not on weed.
Yes. Thank you. Nothing else showed up, Cassie. No. And I don't even think he was intoxicated, like alcohol-wise, that much either.
No, not drunk. They said, he had a little bit of alcohol from the party, but he wasn't drunk.
So there we go. Again, this kid had no reason to take his own life. Everything was going well in his life. Great, actually. Like I said, he was at a party commemorating what a great employee he was. Attaboy, some awards were given because of it, things like that. Why would you take your own life after doing something like that an hour or 2 hours before? That makes no sense to anybody.
And as he was leaving the party, he had called his girlfriend and said, I'm leaving. I'm not putting up with this party. I need a ride home. The guy that was supposed to give him a ride home said there was something wrong with his gas tank. He couldn't take him home. And somehow an argument was in the background while she was talking to Doug. In the background was this argument with men. And he said, I'm not dealing with this. I'm just going to walk home. And that was a 10-minute phone conversation. And then then the friend started texting him as he's walking about 10 minutes. He says, hey, I'm really sorry I blew up at you. And Doug says, it's fine, no worries, but can you bring me my stuff I left in your car? And he says, yes. And that's it. There's nothing else. Now he is a handsome kid. So they're wondering if maybe a girl was involved in this somehow. Maybe someone was jealous. And I will let Karen tell the story about this guy is 10 years older than him. Yeah. And he was jealous of Doug's girlfriend, and he threatened to beat him up. He told everybody around him he was going to beat him up. And then they find him passed away on the highway.
Yeah, this is another, like I said, another situation that I'm very highly uncomfortable with. Just as much as I was with Durante. He was 19, SRB. Durante Martin situation, very uncomfortable with that situation and the outcome. Timmy D's highly uncomfortable with that situation and the outcome. Michaela Jones very highly uncomfortable with that situation and the outcome. Here we are once again, back in the same damn town, the same law enforcement agencies, the same people, some of the same, I'll call them actors involved in the circle of people. Guys, something's not right. Okay, that's really all I can say. Something is not right, and it's a big deal to me. It should be a big deal to everybody, because anybody that lives in and around this area, be careful, folks. Please. That's all I'm saying. Mandy Yates came on. We spent 9 hours in here talking about this, and that's all she said multiple times. Please, guys, be careful. Please, please, please don't get involved in this. Please stay away from that. Please be careful constantly, guys. I'm just saying. Welcome, Mark and Betty. Good to see you. Good afternoon. Go ahead,
She's
Doodle.
quite the woman. She'll stand up to anybody. I'll give her that. I respect Mandy very much with that. She's taken on a whole town.
Yes, she has.
The whole
Yes, she
county,
has.
actually. But before Karen comes up here, I kind of want to go over the autopsy so she doesn't have to.
Oh, yes, please
I'm
do.
sure she's listening, but I don't want her to have to read it. I mean, it's already so much on her. But from the coroner, they said that there was nothing visible from the neck down. No, nothing. Like the car had ran over his head, of course. But
Do you have
from the
any?
neck-
Do you have any documents you want me to display while you're doing this?
no, this is just stuff that, like, in my notes.
Okay,
I
okay.
had written everything down from what she had said.
Go ahead. Sorry to
But
interrupt.
he had no trauma to the outside of his body from the neck down. They couldn't tell a lot with the head, like I said, because the car did hit him there.
Yeah, it gets flickery. They did find him in the road, laying across the lanes. Again,
like almost like laid there purposely, because either side, because it's just a 2-lane highway, so either way he would have been hit.
and here's the thing, guys. He wasn't laid in the curled up in a ball. He wasn't like twisted up, and it was almost like he was laid out perfectly straight in the middle of the road.
Yep.
Okay, so understand that. Go ahead, Doodle. I'm sorry.
He had you'll know this more. I'm going to mispronounce plenty of this because I'm not good with medical terms, but
It's all right.
he had a mid-sternal fracture. He was hit hard in the chest, or I don't know if it could be the head injury too, because that kind of worries me with the mid-sternal, because being hit that hard, that could have done the mid-sternal fracture. But he had 3 broken ribs. The car didn't run over his ribs, but he had 3 broken ribs. He had a scattered pulmonary contusion along his right side.
Let me speak on that real quick. Scattered pulmonary contusions within the lung area, folks. That's all over, scattered, like they're saying. Okay, it's not one specific area. It's weird. It's
And
weird.
he had his liver laceration too. That doesn't happen just by laying in the road.
The liver, yeah, that's it. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but go ahead.
No, you're fine. He had multiple lacerations to his spleen and a hemorrhage near his heart. Now, with the hemorrhage, he had 600 milliliters of blood in his chest cavity. Now, we all know that when your brain stops, your heart stops, the blood stops. But he had 600 milliliters of blood in his chest cavity. The coroner said he had to have bled internally for quite a while. And in the coroner's opinion, he had stated that he was already passed away when the car hit him. But that goes against what law enforcement said. Then, he just laid on the highway.
Yep.
That's just kind of like notes on the autopsy. But there was nothing. Like, there was nothing from the neck down. And that's crazy to me. It's almost like whatever happened to him, whether they beat him. There are rumors that they drove him around town, beating him all around town to use him as an example.
Well, there were no external injuries on his body, visible external injuries to see any of that, though, right?
Yeah, right. So but when we start going with the rumor mill, it's kind of hard because small town, one little thing goes crazy in 5 minutes. So I'm not sure with that. But Karen does believe that is exactly, and someone had threatened to beat him. So of course that would make sense if they did that. I mean, but I don't know if they could drive him around in that little bit of time that he should have been home. So that's where I'm at with that. That rumor I can't really go with that so much, is not having enough time to drive all around Madison County and then be back there. So I don't know. But I mean, it's possible. It is possible. But at 7:20 a.m., the police were on Karen's porch before any kind of autopsy, anything, and said what they thought. No foul play. He might have laid down. That's crazy to me. Why would you say that?
They don't have any time at that point to have done an investigation, you guys. Come on.
No.
We know that.
No. This happened, when they picked at 3:30 is whenever they think it happened. And by 7, they were on that porch saying, hey, he laid down and took a nap. No mother is going to take that. No mother.
So we got 3.5 hours. They've done a full-blown investigation into what happened. No, guys. Listen, I've been on crime scenes to do body removals where I've had to wait for the investigation, the coroner, all of this stuff to be done. It's taken 8 to 10 hours at times for one person. And it's pretty clear cut what happened to that person. 3.5 hours? Come on, guys. Give me a break. No. This is insane to me.
His very last text message was sent to his girlfriend at 1:58.
So 2 o'clock in the morning, okay?
Yep.
And he's on the road walking. Well, did we know what that text message said?
To his girlfriend, I'm not sure. I think it was just that his phone was dying, so he had to text. That's kind of where because he was walking, his phone was dying as he was talking. So he said, "Hey, I'm just going to text you. I want to save my battery, because my battery's almost dead."
Yep, absolutely.
But I also wonder, with that friend texting him, I mean, was there more text messages that the friend erased? Was he there? I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
That's another good point. And yes, Tomboy is correct. To lacerate a life. Hold on a minute. Stop calling me. To lacerate a spleen, it takes a very hard blow. My wife, I'm just using this as an example so you guys understand. When she was 3, she was run over by a car, completely run over her whole body. She was little. And her spleen had to be removed because it was destroyed. Her liver was cut in half. That's gone. They had to take the rest of that away. I think your liver grows back in some senses, but anyway, and she had multiple head injuries and internal injuries that she's grown out of at this point. But still, that was her body, her entire body being run over by a vehicle at 3 years old. The 19-year-old kid. These things can happen, but at the same time, it doesn't explain that there's 0 external visual injuries on this kid's body. That's what I don't get. There she is. Miss Barbara, hello.
And I'm curious. I'm curious too, even from chat. I mean, let's think of reasons that he would be laying in that road. Because I've stayed, even last night, I just stayed awake thinking any kind of possible reason. Like, did they beat him on the side of the road and lay him there? Was he beat all around town? What did they beat him with if there was no injuries on the outside? Was it a sack of oranges? Was it, there are ways, but
a sock or soap in a sock.
Yeah,
there's certain things, and Doodle, that's working in law enforcement.
Oh yeah.
There's certain things you can do that won't leave marks, and it's sad, but it happens, you guys. It is. Real quick, let me. First off, again, welcome, Miss Barbara. Thank you so much for being here to support Miss Karen in this today. And Ro, congrats on 12 months of being a member of the Sauce and this community and this family. We love you, Rowena, so very much. She's been here longer than 12 months, though, guys. I'm going to say that. So happy Dagoversary to you. And thank you again. But yes, thank you again, Ms. Barbara, for the support. As always, we appreciate you so very much.
Oh, and Karen just sent me all of the text messages, so I can read those too when you're ready.
That's absolutely awesome. Yeah, we can do that while we're waiting on Karen too. Go ahead.
One of them says, let me make sure I have this in the right order.
Do they have time? Do they have time too? Because I'm going to write these down in order.
Yes. Yes, they do. At 12:32, the message said from Travis, "Oh, what's wrong?" 12:34 a.m. "Oh, well, I'm sorry. I know, just don't want him stressed."
And that's Travis?
These are from Travis. Yep.
Okay.
Says, "Are you almost home?" The next one, "Seriously, that crazy? God, I hope I can stay up this late." And this is at 12:42. And then he says, "I'm going to try. Don't you think we're rushing a little bit to do it? Ha ha, just kidding." That's 12:53. I'm not sure the whole conversation. This is just, I guess, from what they got from his phone.
Nope, you're
and
good.
It says, yeah, and guess what? I got you thinking about it, so I guess I did my part. Now that kind of gets me a little curious. Your part of what?
What time was that one?
This one was at 1:17 a.m.
Okay. Again,
the next one is, well, actually, I don't know why, but I was kind of horny, honestly. And while I got off the phone, I had business to take care of. Okay, well, we know what that is. What? No, it says what? No reply to that. Did you make it? And this one is the girlfriend. I'm not going to say her name, but yeah, this one was him talking to his, I guess.
Well, what time was that?
That one was at 119.
Okay, so
And then
2
for
minutes.
yep, and his girlfriend says at 128, did you make it? Okay, good deal. The next one, are you guys coming this way before the meeting? And that was at 142. Can you grab me? You're awesome, thank you. Thank you
At
so
what?
much.
142?
Yep, 142 was the, are you guys coming this way before the meeting?
And that's the
the
girlfriend?
Okay.
the girlfriend, yep.
No, that's not the girlfriend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Welcome,
Karen.
Karen. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Who is the female
Let
then?
me
I'm sorry,
explain.
Karen.
Now, they didn't give me the report. Okay, I have a copy of the case for one, which they couldn't even find their copy and kept asking me to give them one. And I just didn't think it was right to give the police station a copy. I thought, go find your own. And I told them where their own was at, too, because there was an officer that told me he took it home. It was on his desk. If he ever gets a free minute, he's going to look through it, see if there's any foul play. If he sees any, he'll act upon it, but he doesn't know when he'd have time to do that. And that was Officer Long. But I kept telling Katie that, the file is at Officer Long's house. Now he's not there anymore. So I guess, I didn't even know they were allowed to take files home. But get this, that's showing foul play right there on this phone texting. Okay. What it's showing you there, Doodlebutt, is it's got both copies. One page, it says, messages coming in, and the other, part says messages going out. Okay. Now, I believe what happened, so that you know both conversations, but I believe what happened in my own theory after being a detective for so long, I've given myself a badge.
Right. You deserve one.
Was when they got to Doug got in that vehicle willingly, okay, because he thought he made amends with these guys. When somebody didn't like Doug, he would go out of his way to make amends with you, and it's worked before.
Absolutely.
But he sold knives, and in between his showings, he might have a couple hours, and he was going swimming and fishing with these guys and making friends with them. He thought they led him to believe he was anyway. He came home and told my husband and I that he had made friends with them, and I was so worried. And he said, "Oh, Mom," he held both thumbs up and he says, "It's all good. We're friends now." So he got in that car willingly when they came along and picked him up. But what gets me is this Amber.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Karen.
Okay, on this phone messaging, okay, I believe as soon as they got to him, you could tell that they used his phone, okay, because he's carrying on a conversation with Travis, and that's not the real name. They used Travis because he was working with her ex-boyfriend, and they didn't want him to know that she was dating that soon somebody else. So
Okay.
they just put the name Travis in there. But it comes on at Amber's first question to him. Now, Amber's the girl. She asked them for a ride to the meeting earlier that night, and they picked her up, took her to the meeting, then they took her home, dropped her off. But it wasn't at no 12:50 a.m. when she says, she said, let me see. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page. Her first one says, "Did you make it?" Okay, now Doug's texting, and Travis goes, the last thing Travis says is what? No reply to that? Because they got to him and they took his phone and away from him. And then this Amber calls and says, "Did you make it?" And Doug's phone says, "Yes." And she says, are you coming this way before the meeting?" Doug's phone says, "Yes." She says, "Will you grab me?" Yes. I mean, it went from a conversation down to just one word back and forth, being said. And this Amber, I didn't catch this. I had this in my possession for a while before I realized when I looked over here at the times, it was, 1:42 a.m. There wasn't no meeting at 1:42 a.m. This girl was in on, the murder, and she wanted a ride. She wanted these guys to pick her up.
Right. That is odd. I thought that was so odd because the meeting would have been over by then. That's early in the morning.
Yeah.
Right. The meeting was at 8:00 at night, and it was all in recognition of Doug's promotion and Doug doing, within 1 month, Doug had sold like 3 sets of these $3,000 knives. I mean, this boy was doing great.
Well, let's stop.
Okay, go ahead.
First off, I want to give you the correct introduction, guys. Everybody, this is Karen. This is Mr. Doug's mother. Again, just like Miss Barbara and Kimberly and everybody else lives in this area and has been through hell and back again and again and again. as we've talked about multiple times, okay? I'm doing this today because you guys know how I feel about these things. This was another young man who lost his life. This is another mother, like I said, that can't get any answers and truth and has been brushed to the side like this is unimportant. I'm doing this today to bring awareness to this, to help get this out there again and make some noise about this because it's enough, guys. We've had this enough. This is a mother that deserves answers, like I said. And she's a wonderful person. This was a young life taken for no reason. They gave her the dumbest excuses I've ever heard in my life at this situation, just like what we've been through already. So welcome, Miss Karen. I am so super excited to have you here today and super happy that you agreed to do this.
I'm glad to be here.
You know, if there's anything that bothers you that we're talking about, you don't have to do it. I want you to know ahead of time. Of course, you know, Doodlebug. And we all just really, really appreciate you being here. What I want to do, though, if we can, Karen, from the very beginning, I want you to tell the story from the very beginning of what you know and whatever you're comfortable with, of course, all the way to where we're at this point, and take your time. I have all day. I don't care. If you need to stop, go do something else, whatever you need to do. This is all about you. So you do what you got to do. Okay. And thank you once again. You have no idea how appreciative I am of having you here today. We have Barbara in the chat already, here to support, and she's sharing this out again. Anybody else that's in here, please share this out. We really need to get this out. Everybody needs to see this. And hopefully the people, maybe law enforcement in Fredericktown, will see this too and realize how ridiculous it is, the things that they have not done and the things that they have done. Just saying. So I welcome Looksy. Good to see you. What I want to do then, Karen, is whenever if you're comfortable with that, start from the very beginning, the day of. Oop, I think I lost her.
Hugged the phone instead of me, and it went bouncing across the room.
Okay, no problem. That's fine. So, like I
See
said,
how you are, Karen, throwing stuff already, and we're not even started yet.
what I want to do is I want you to start from the very, very, very beginning of that day, what you remember, what you're comfortable speaking, and just take it all the way to the end. That way we can have everything in order on your side of things and go from there.
Okay. Dago, I also want to mention to you, this is our hometown of 30 years or better.
Yeah, I understood that too. It's insane to me. That's crazy. You would
That's
think
what blows my mind. We weren't just a drop by. You know, this was my hometown. My boys were average. I had 4 boys. They were average. There was, no drug problems, no problems in school and stuff. Just your regular got called in because he, wrote a bad word or called somebody a name or something. But I mean, everything was pretty average.
no
Until
mental health,
I
nothing like that,
wake
right?
up. Right. And then I wake up to a knock at the door, and my 13-year-old was with me. At the time, it was just him and I. Everybody else was gone to school and work. And he's like, "Mom, there's a cop at the door, and they want to speak to you immediately." And I'm like, "Oh, great. Which one of them's in trouble?"
Yeah.
And I'm heading to the door, and I go on the porch, and Detective Rebecca McFarland was standing there in the corner. And she said, "Karen, when's the last time you seen Doug?" And I said, "Oh, my God, is Doug dead?" And I just collapsed crying because why else is the coroner there?
Right.
She thought that was so intelligent of me. So they must really be a little bit off, because I said, it's just like the Army people. She's like, "What would make you assume that?" I said, "Becky, you show up with the coroner. What else am I going to think?" And he was.
What is the coroner's name, or was the coroner's name, Karen?
Chris Follis. He also owns the Follis Funeral Home.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay, and so she wants to know if there's any. Did Doug have any tattoos? And I'm like, "Becky, stop it. Is my son dead?" And she said, "Well, yeah, Karen, he's dead." She said, "He was found on the highway, dead." She said, "There doesn't appear to be any foul play." And I said, "What?" I said, "He's not even cold yet, and you're telling me there's no foul play?" I said, "Excuse me." And I told her that this young man had been threatening Doug. Now, I didn't know this until later, or else this young man wouldn't have been threatening him. I mean, as a mother, I would have confronted this guy and said, "Hey," but these boys are brothers, and they have been pedophiles all these years, no matter who the law enforcement has been, and they've let them do it. They have baby mamas. Well, one of them, born in 75, just had a baby by a 20-year-old. Still, that was
He's
And
49 years old, had a 20-year-old. Wow, that's crazy.
yeah, I mean, there's still, pedophiles, and the law hasn't done nothing, nor any of the other ones in office. When the office did change and there was different ones, they all knew that these boys went with these younger girls.
Okay.
And the
what?
problem is, when
Go
you're
ahead.
with them, you're theirs. They own you. Even when you break up, you're their woman. And
Wow.
usually while you're in their possession, they're doping you up and keeping you from being able to get away from them. And
Wow.
I mean, I had this girl that I thought Doug was killed over. She came straight out and told me that that when she finally got away from him, but that she got kind of immune to what was happening, and she finally took off and she hid out from him. And
Now is this?
but
Is this?
Doug had.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say Doug had received threats from this guy, and he's like 10 years older than Doug, I guess you'd say. And Doug didn't really seem to real worried about him, but he kept telling him, stay away from her. And he said, we're just friends. I mean, they had classes together. And Doug said, he said, I don't care. She don't need, any extra friends. You leave her alone. You don't even be around her as a friend. Well, he still, went on and ignored her. And,
Are you
if she.
Sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, but are you comfortable? I'm trying to put notes down too. Are you comfortable putting this person's name out or no?
Fred Wood.
Okay. And
Yeah, because it's
10 years
I
older
figure
than
why not? They bragged about it all over town. I mean, they already get, everybody already knows.
Gotcha. Okay. Good deal. Thank you, dear. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, and his brother's name. Now his brother doesn't do as in he's not as bad as Fred is, or he wasn't. He is now, but his name's Nicholas Darnell, or Nick Darnell.
Okay.
They both have the same dad. Now people will get them mistaken because this one girl said, I think they're brothers, but they have different last names. And because when the mom had the first guy, the older one, she wasn't married, so he got her maiden name, which is Wood. And then she married Darnell, which is both of their dads. And so the next one's name was Darnell. But
Karen, did
they
you say Nicholas Darnell?
yes, I did.
Okay, I am familiar with that name. Okay, thank you.
That name. And he was a real charmer. I really liked Nick a lot. He would come over and he would wrestle around with my 4 boys, and he did fireworks with us. Their aunt and uncle lived right next door to us. We lived about 6 miles out of town, and when you turned onto Highway D, which the Silver Mines campground is located on, if you're familiar with that,
Yes.
there's 2 homes that sat side by side right there on the left, and we were in one home, and his aunt and uncle were in the other. So, but we lived there for 10 years, and I never once met Fred, but I knew who Nick was.
Now, how old was Nick compared to? Sorry to interrupt. Compared to Doug.
Let me think. Oh, he probably 8 years older. I mean, there was still a big difference.
Okay, gotcha.
And she said Silver Springs, Dago, and that leads us all the way back to Gina Dawn Brooks kidnapping in Fredericktown.
Yes.
Right in that area,
See?
and that is her children's little sister that got kidnapped.
No,
Gina Dawn Brooks.
babysitter.
Babysitter.
My children's babysitter. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said sister. Okay, babysitter.
No,
Isn't that crazy?
As soon as she said that, I knew exactly what that was.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Yeah.
That's you for noticing that too, though. But okay, so we got Nick, who's 8 years older, roughly, and then we have Fred, that's 10 years older than Doug. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. I'm just trying to keep the notes right with this. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just had to see my notes. I mean, I have all this down. I could, if need be, I can give you their birth dates. I can even give you their social security numbers. But anyway,
gotcha.
So Nick was the nicer one of the 2, he didn't do all the bad stuff. So because when we went to move, and I had asked Ricky that the aunt and uncle next door had a young boy, my youngest age, and they went to school together and hung out. And I said, Ricky, how come I know who Nick is, but I don't know Fred? And he said, because his mom and dad doesn't allow him over because of the things he does. And I didn't add on to it because they were only 13, but I'm thinking the things he does, well, there's explanation right there.
Yep.
Because my first thought was that Fred killed him.
Okay.
However, I was torn between 2 thoughts because Doug, when these cell phones came out, all these kids were doing, sex shots and sending to each other. And Doug got in trouble with his phone, and we even had to go to court and hire a lawyer, and so he went by the Madison County Sheriff's Department to pick his phone up. And when he went in, it was mid-morning, let's say around 11, and so they're already out on patrol, assigned to their jobs, and you just walk on back to the sheriff's office if you're familiar with the place. And so he did, and his door was open about 2 feet, and he heard him arguing with a young man. And it turned out, I mean, he told us exactly what was said, that this young man, was mad because Lewis told him the wrong road to bring the drugs in on, and he got pulled over. And had he have been searched, he'd be in prison right now. But I think the guy probably was tipped off and knew it was Lewis's boy and let him go. I don't know why he wouldn't have searched him if there was a problem. But he didn't get searched. But Doug came home and told us exactly what was said. But he was going to slip out the same way he slipped in, because he said, "Mom, I just got so scared. I just got to realizing, I'm hearing something I shouldn't be hearing, and I'll just slip on out." Well, the argument was over with, and when Lewis opened the door up the rest of the way, he seen Doug, and, "Doug, what do you want?" And Doug said, "Well, I was here to get on out of here," he said. Well, within a week later, my son's murdered. And so I'm torn between Fred and what Lewis had said, and I went public with what Lewis said too.
And Lewis is who again now? That's a new name.
David Lewis, he was the sheriff in 2010.
There we go.
And it was David Lewis. He tells these guys to take him out and beat him to death.
Wow.
Well, of course, they had a vendetta with over girls, so that made their day. That was a heyday to them. Sure, we'll take him out and beat him to death. And what he did say to him was, "Take him out, beat him to death, and bring me his teeth." But I don't think no teeth were ever transferred.
And
I just find that out now.
Who did he say that to?
He said that to Fred and Nick.
And Doug
because they bragged about it to everybody in town. They were bragging, and my son even walked in. Doug's brother walked into a party or a small gathering, and Nick was saying this. Yeah, he told us to take him out and beat him to death and bring him his teeth. And he was looking straight at Vic. I said, "Well, do you think he was talking about Doug?" He said, "I know he was talking about Doug."
Oh my God, that makes me so furious. So the sheriff told them to go out and that is outrageous.
Here we are. I told you. Here we are.
That's wow.
Now, where is David Lewis at this point? Does anybody know now?
Yeah, he's at he went to work for the elementary for a while. That made me sick. I guess they all deal now. But anyway, he's at retired, and he's at his home on 205.
Okay, gotcha.
But
go ahead.
It just made me mad because Doug was no threat to him. Doug, why in the world? I mean, Doug was no threat. He wasn't like gonna, tell his secret. But I guess he was that scared. And why would he even be discussing that in the police department in the first place? But it came out later. A friend of my boys, 4 boys, and they're all close in age. So I couldn't keep the friends, straight. They were all friends with each other, and if one would show up and the one wasn't there, they'd hang out with the other one. And one of them told me that if this ever gets in the right hands, he said, "I will definitely take the witness stand, and I will vouch for the fact that Lewis deals drugs out of there." And I'm like, "How do you know?" He says, "Because I've been with the dealer many times when he goes to pick the money up, and he has me count it while we drive off, And because I guess this kid was into drugs too. And I mean, he seemed nice enough to me. I don't judge a book by its cover. But I said, "Well, where does this go on?" He said, "Right there where you go in to visit the visitors at when you come and have somebody in jail." He said, "If you pull up far enough, the cameras don't close in." And Lewis hands him an envelope full of money, and he hands it to me, and I count it as we drive off. And Lewis tells him what road to bring the drugs in on. He won't. He'll make sure nobody's patrolling it. Bingo. These were 2 separate conversations. They had no idea Doug came home and told us that. And that's what Doug overheard, was that Lewis told him the wrong road to bring the drugs in on.
How long was that before Doug's accident, or I want to call it an accident, but how long was that from the time he spoke to the sheriff or overheard that?
A week later.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And then I didn't find out about this boy and everything else till probably months afterwards, when he said that he would come forward if there was ever anybody that really was going to do anything. But everybody in that town is so hush hush. They're afraid to talk. They raise their kids to run and hide when someone comes to the door. I mean, this town has not had control of the authority people that in the right way in so many years. I mean, it's been corrupted for so many years, and I really wish that I hadn't had to find out the corruption, because I always knew there was a shady side to Fredericktown's legal aid, and but I never thought they were going to force me into finding out what it was. And it's like I told Barbara and all of them, if I wasn't living it, I wouldn't believe it. And I know when they first talked to me, they thought I was crazy because, it's hard to believe that this nonsense is going on and nobody's doing anything about it.
I don't have a
And
hard time believing that. I have seen this. I have seen this happen, and this is
they
exactly
leave a
why I
sloppy
want to
trail.
know. Yep, they
They
sure
don't
do.
even clean up. They don't even clean up properly. You've heard them all, because
Yep.
they don't need to. They've been doing this so many years that they don't even care. They're sloppy. But when my problem was, here's this mom, me, I'm crying my eyes out. I'm screaming bloody murder every direction. I'm up and down the streets every day. I'm trying to get anybody to listen. And none of them could even look at me because they may be killed, or their closest family member, or their baby, or their grandpa, or their dad, or mom. I mean, these people know that it will be followed through with. And I can tell you for a fact, I know it will be followed through with also. I still have a couple of witnesses. Now people are dying off because it's been 14 years, but they still would come forward if it fell in the right hands. But I'm not going to bring them out if not, because they would go straight to them and kill them. Because it's easier for them to just keep bumping people off and thinking they're going to eventually get by with it than for them to even think that someday they're going to all be lined up and taken to prison.
Well, it's kind of like Iron County, how they cleaned out that whole sheriff's department. They need to do a big overhaul on all of these little towns like Madison, Washington, St. Francis, even Jefferson's getting bad.
Well, I feel like if they would have brought in a search team when they got the Boy Scout leader who got 3 life sentences for, he had like 400 VHS tapes on him of doing nasties with our boys. He was the chief of police, Kenneth Thomason. Are you familiar with that, Dago?
I am. I don't think he probably isn't, but I know what you're talking about.
Well, he was the chief of police, and some, just rumor kind of has it, this is hearsay, said that he never even went to a police academy or anything, that he hung out at the cop shop and wanted to be a cop so bad. And this is back in the day when you could do that. And they just hired him and made him chief of police, but he was this Boy Scout leader for that Boy Scout camp also.
The
And
same
he
Boy
got,
Scout camp with the wife that got murdered? Is that the same guy?
yes.
Wow. See, now he was
But he
untouchable.
got 3 life sentences. And when they busted him, I mean, do they really think he acted alone? When they busted this man, it was obvious that he was guilty because he had all these VHS tapes there at his house that he had been watching and making of all of our. Here we worry about our little girls. Well, these were our boys that were having to perform and do these nasties. And so they take him over to Cape, and they're holding him in Cape. And of course, he has to come back to Fredericktown for his first court hearing. So he does. His very first court hearing, he's crying to David Lewis, telling him, they're treating me bad. Well, they ought to, but David Lewis, and I don't understand how this happens. David pulled some strings, and he got to keep this guy there in Fredericktown instead of him going back to Cape. And he didn't lock his doors. It was kind of like Andy Griffin, the old guy who has the cell that he'd come and go. Yeah, there's
Otis,
no
yeah.
locking.
Yep.
Yeah, he didn't. He wasn't in a locked cell. He got to go outside and have a tall boy and a cigarette every half hour. His meals were brought in to him, and he got to wander around. And one of the city police said, and answer the phones whenever he wanted. That was a city officer that said that when I was talking about, because Doug was in jail at the time, and he's the one that came home and told me, that this guy's being kept there and he gets to do anything he wants. Well, that doesn't sound to me like Lewis is too worried about our boys being mistreated.
No, not at all. And a kid toucher at that, a Boy Scout leader at a Boy Scout camp.
Yep.
Right.
Come
And they didn't
on.
even, and like I said, they didn't even investigate to see who else was involved when there's no way that man acted alone.
No, it doesn't. doesn't sound like it at all. And I have a whole different outlook on this at this point. Do we know how old um David Lewis is, possibly, or roughly, like around where he's at?
I would say he's probably, if I'm 64, I would say he's probably maybe close to 70.
Okay. Now here's my other quick question.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Barbara, anybody that can hear this, was David Lewis sheriff when everything happened with?
No, Katie was the sheriff then.
Okay, so
Okay,
Lewis was
but Katie may as well have been, because Katie has been there before Doug was even killed as a deputy. All these guys are the same. In this Window Blue, he is so dirty that I can't even begin to tell you. He was so mean to me. And this is the guy who they're looking for Gina Dawn Brooks' body on all these years on his property off C Highway in Cherokee Pass.
right,
And he was running for sheriff.
Oh, that's Wendell Blue's property. I saw that they were digging
Yeah.
for her. Wow. See, and that's it. When I say that it's like generational, it really is, because I promise you, half of the players in this are law enforcement families. Their dads, their uncles, so they all feel
Look at this.
untouchable.
Gina Dawn Brooks was abducted by 3 guys, and one of them was Timmy Blue, which is his son, Wendell Blue's son.
Wow.
got you.
But he wasn't
And they're
arrested
trying
for
to
that, was he?
weed his name out of it. Now, if you look up just any story on Gina, some of them Timmy's not even mentioning, because they're trying to weed him out of them because of Wendell's good reputation. I don't know where the good reputation comes in at, other than with the corrupt people, because that man is just a dirty, no good person.
I've heard that. Yes. So sorry guys, I was choking on. Hold on, I still am. 1 sec.
Was Wendell in office whenever Gina was kidnapped?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's a huge possibility that Gina Dawn is wrapped up in all of this as well. With
Oh yeah.
Every bit of these.
I believe she was the first one, and when they got by with it, they continued, because even after Doug, or before Doug, it was really weird, because and it seemed to be a male around 19. It just freak accidents. And when I went to the Operation Any Means protest on when Durante got killed, and I did a speech, I had mentioned, and if anybody ever checks into this that cares, if they look at all the accidental deaths and suicides, they're going to find out that they weren't. There were very few accidental deaths and suicides.
There's so many of them. It's insane to me, which is another reason why I'm doing this. And repeatedly, I will every time. I've known about Doug's case since I first looked into Timmy's case, and I'm grateful that you're here today. But yeah, this is becoming a clear picture at this point to me.
When this happened to Doug, they all turned prone. I swear I thought it was The Walking Dead, because nobody, I even made an appointment with finally got an appointment with the mayor, thinking I'm getting somewhere now. She was so scared, Kelly Crocus. She was so scared to talk to me, and she kept looking around as if she was being watched, which I'm sure she was. And there was an older man that was in there the whole time. He acted like he was busy doing something else. But I'm just real sure that she, was under threat or watch or whatever, and she didn't even know who rates how. She didn't know that she rates the highest in that town and that it's her town.
Yeah. Kelly she's usually really sweet and kind, but yeah, if she was acting paranoid, I guarantee you she was scared.
And David was running for sheriff again, and the only person out of everybody I checked, and I didn't miss a phone call or anything. We wrote the White House. I had to write the president a particular way. I had to take a little short class and learn how to address him and all this stuff, and that's really weird. And I have a page here that tells where all these letters that my oldest son and I sent out to everybody, and it was like we're not getting anywhere, and I just could not believe it, because they're intercepting them no matter what we did, and most of them, even through the mail, that's tampering with mail, they were stopping stuff or catching stuff or whatever. And I can't believe the people that participated. Like any calls that came in inquiring about what I was saying, there was the dispatcher answered the phone. She was only allowed to transfer the calls to Wendell Blue, David Lewis, or Becky McFarland. No one else was allowed to talk about the case or answer a call. And they would just tell them that I was a mother that can't accept the death of my son. And I'm sure that's really, a common thing because, everybody just thinks, oh, she's going crazy because, but I knew that it was foul play. It wasn't just
The
a freak
same
car accident or something.
same thing they did to Barb. Same thing they did to Barbara. Made her feel like, she was crazy and didn't know what she was talking about, but she knew too.
They also told
That's
her he
their
lay
thing.
down and went to sleep.
Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Wow, it's so sad, Karen. I'm so sorry. Really,
Yeah.
that is
But
horrible.
to tell you, 14 years later, and they're using the same lines on them. They were just as shitty to them as they were me 14 years earlier, and they're just repeating the same lines like, well, maybe he went to sleep. Yeah, well, maybe
No,
he didn't.
nobody. Okay, nobody would believe that. First off, real quick, Joanna Hunt says Fredericktown sheriff let a lady go scot-free after making a fake title and bill of sale and stole her trailer. Like that's her home. Once again, that's not. I'm not demeaning that, Joanna, but at this point, we're looking at murder. It's in every direction. It seems illegal bullshit. So on and so forth. You know what I mean? So, oh, I had a question I was going to ask, and I completely lost it. I'm so sorry. Hold on here. Actually, go ahead on with your story about that day, Karen, and we'll that dated like what I
Okay.
want everybody to know is what Doug did that day from beginning to end, and then to that point where we get to where they come to your front porch. Okay, that's so everybody can.
Yeah, and see, we'd helped each one of our children with a vehicle, and it didn't matter their age. It was the stage and the timing and when we could and stuff. And so I had a little red truck we were getting ready to give Doug, and these showings were sometimes had a couple hours in between, and he would always come home, and I could run to the bank or I could run my errands or something. And then when he was going over to see Nick and Fred over in Marquand swimming and fishing and stuff, I was wondering, like, where are you going? I need to run to the store today, and so now I got to run out and get dinner at 7 o'clock at night or something. I was like, I need the truck. So he brings it home, and I didn't even use it. I can't. That's just eats me alive. I didn't even go anywhere that day, and he brings me the truck and drops it off. I'm all right. I'm convinced that I would have found him wrapped around a tree somewhere if he did have the truck, because they already knew they were going to do this no matter what it took them to do it. But I can't believe I made him bring the truck home and then didn't even use it. So here he is walking home, and
Karen, you can't
Yeah, that's
feel as if that's, and I know exactly what you're feeling because with the guilt, because every parent that loses a child they hit that guilt stage, but you have to believe that everything has happened in the manner that it did, but it's not your fault. It's honestly not. It's no
I
more your
do.
fault than it was Barb's.
I do
It's
now. I
not
really do.
your
But
fault.
it still hurts, because
Of
I
course.
don't know. And like Gina Dawn Brooks, she babysat for me religiously every Saturday night. The very first Saturday night, she didn't babysit for me, and she gets abducted. That was a hard one to swallow too. And I mean, I know
That's
I
so
wasn't guilty,
heartbreaking.
I'll
but
bet.
it's the fact that um, she was there every Saturday night, and the one time she wasn't, she gets swiped, and I mean, I couldn't believe it. And I thought I knew how Cindy felt because this was the little girl I never had, and I loved her so much. And you know what? I had to go look Cindy up after Doug was killed and tell her that there's a much deeper pain that I did. I owe her an apology. I had no idea how she felt, really. I just thought I did, but I do now. And I just pray to God that none of you that are going through it ever have to, because it is the worst and deepest pain known to mankind, and you don't get past it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But anyway, so listen to this. So, Becky, after I collapse on the porch, because I have narcolepsy with cataplexy, and the narcolepsy is a sleeping disorder, and the cataplexy is your central nervous system. So when I get shocked, surprised, or overly excited, I just melt to the ground, and I have to wait until I build my strength back up before I can move. So when Becky's done talking, Rebecca is her name, Rebecca McFarland, detective, and I never could find out how she got detective in front of it. But I mean, I don't see any. I think they can just put that on there because I don't see any, classes
Yeah,
that she took that honored her as a detective. But
I was
anyway,
getting ready to say, I think that's it. I think they just, after they're there for so long, it's like, hey, we need a detective. Let's put you there. It's sad. It's so
right.
sad.
And she was a big name there, a Starkey, and that happens to be like her dad is fire marshal of the fire station. Isn't that convenient? Because when my house burnt down, uh, she signed the form at first, and you can see where she scratched it out because she's not a fire marshal. She's not authorized to sign that form. So she scratched it. This is how tacky they are. She scratches it out and has her dad sign it. I mean, come on. But anyway, uh,
Wow.
so Chris Follis goes to talk. Now the coroner goes to speak up, and he's Becky's writing her little notes down, and he says, yeah, Karen, it was an accident. He said, Doug's, body was down and expired before the car hit him. And I looked up at him, and I looked at Becky, and I said, Becky, do you hear him? They came in the same car. Did they forget to talk? You know, I mean, even though it's all a lie, they forgot to get their lie straight.
Wow.
So he said, so in the meantime, they get done up and they leave, and family's showing up slowly but surely. My house, the yard's filling up with people, and so when I get together and my husband's home and stuff, we all head in town. I want to go see what David Lewis is going to do about this, and we stopped at Chris Follis's funeral home because that's the first place we came to. I wanted Chris to repeat what he said to me because once I seen them there in the first place, I think I went numb. But I wanted to make sure that I heard correctly what he had said to me. So there's probably 15 to 18 of us standing there, and I just asked him, Mr. Follis, I said, would you mind telling the family what you told me? I just want to make sure I'm on the right path, blah blah blah. And he said the same thing. He said Doug's body was down and expired before the vehicle hit him. And so we all left there and we went over to see David Lewis. We walk in and his feet are up on the counter. His arms are behind his head and he's just kicked back having a nice little heyday. And I'm crying still profusely off and on. And I'm wanting to know what he's going to do about it. And he says, well, Karen, he said, I don't really, there's no signs of foul play. I said, what? How can you fricking say that? I said, this guy was threatening him for his life. I said, he was 19 years old. He walked to and from town. He was one of these that stood there and did back areos. I mean, this boy could do it all. He was very healthy.
Let me interrupt. One second, Karen. I'm sorry to interrupt. Understand something, you guys. This decision, as we spoke about earlier, was made within a 3.5 period of time. There's no way on God's green earth that any law enforcement agency, including a coroner or a medical examiner, could have done all of that investigation to find that out in a 3.5 hour period of time to tell her that. This is what makes no sense to me. It doesn't make sense at all. So again, keep going. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to reiterate 3.5 hours from the time that Doug was found to the time that statement was made and then some. 3 hours, folks.
Right.
I'm telling you, it's not enough time. It's not at all. So go ahead, Karen. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But so I'm arguing with him and then telling him, about the threats and stuff like that, and so he tells me he's going to assign Becky McFarland to the case, and I said, "What case? I thought you told me you didn't even see a reason to investigate." And he said, "No, but you do, so we have to write up a case." I thought, well, praise the Lord, at least I have to make a case now. So, but he gave it to, Becky when she had already been out there. She's the one saying that she didn't see any signs of foul play. So she's got his case. It lays on her file cabinet. Nothing's ever being done about it. I walk in. I tried to give him, slack because I know Doug's not the only person around and that nothing's going to bring him back anyway. So I just would go in once a month and see if they had anything. But they laid the file exactly where I seen her put it when I left the month before and stuff. But anyway, when we left that office that day, we went from there and we stopped by my mother-in-law's. And we were all sitting outside having a cigarette and trying to just pull it together. And I used my phone and made a phone call to this girl. And this girl answers and she's like, hello. I said, hi, this is Doug's mom. She goes, oh, Doug. Well, when she said, oh, Doug, a voice next to her said, oh, Doug, once they call up Justin Rogers and ask him what they did to him last night. They beat the fuck out of him, stole his money. They drug him all over the place, threw him out on the road for dead, but he ain't dead. I said, you tell him that this is his mother, and yes, he is dead. And that's what she said. She goes, this is his mom, and yes, he is dead. And he goes, hang up. You said enough. And all of a sudden I heard the dial tone. She said enough. She didn't even get to talk, but he said, now nobody knew. They knew Doug was found on the road, but nobody knew he was beat up and thrown out on the road. And except this guy, and so that right there kind of told us that he had to have been there. So I asked something about who this Justin Rogers was, and this girl says, well, I live, 2 streets over, which is the road that the welfare department's on in Fredericktown, and that A&T restaurant is on the other side of it. And he right down there, and we were just, right by Casey's. And so we drove over there. I said, who's Justin Rogers? She's like, well, he's over at my house right now, babysitting my son. And I wanted to know who he was. And so we drove over there. Well, yeah, there was Justin Rogers. And I had called the police and wanted them to meet us there. Well, yeah, that's city. And they ran us off. They weren't allowed to talk to us about it. And nothing can be done about it right now because David and Becky are already off for the day. Excuse me? We're talking a murder scene and you're already off for the day. You can't call them with any leads. I mean, this whole thing was just mind boggling. I mean, I just could not believe it. So Monday, I just knew that something was going to be up, and no, it was just hearsay. Everything that we came up with was just hearsay, or anything they were told. That's what they would tell us it was. But that was the day, later that day that we had found out. And what really got me is it's all over the internet. They had a thing called Topics, and everybody's discussing it when Becky and the coroner come out to tell us about it. I mean, whatever happened to family rights? There was already many pages being printed on there. Pardon?
I said exactly. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I have copies of them too. I don't know what made me do it, but they don't even have that on there anymore, the Topics. And I've got, it even says on there, Doug Teal was beat to death, and it tells everybody's opinions and this, that, and the other. And it, all points that direction. And when I got the one on Justin Rogers, somebody says, quit picking on Justin. He didn't have nothing to do with it. And she said, yes, he did, because he told me himself. He's the one saying that, he was there when it happened. Well, there's no arrest being made.
Is Justin related to anybody in the city or in the township that's of any importance that we know of at all?
I'm not really sure if the last names are spelt the same, but there was a cop at the school named John Rogers. And for some reason or another, him and Doug couldn't get along, because not only did Doug really not do drugs or anything, he wasn't into, pedophiles and stuff. Well, this cop had a 14-year-old girl come stay in his home because of abuse of some sort, and he had a really pretty wife and 2 toddlers, and he bought the Titan gym. Next thing you know, the wife and 2 toddlers are leaving him. He takes off with this 14-year-old out of state, and they're having an affair, and here she was sent to his home, to be safe. Well, he sends her back eventually, and the newspaper says John Rogers will be leaving the police department. There's no hard feelings. He's moving on to bigger and better things. What was strange is he had just bought a restaurant to go along with his gym, and I used to harass him because Doug would come in and he'd be upset that John won't leave me alone. So I'd go to town, and when I'd see him with all the kids on the corner, I'd go over to him and say, I said, John, leave my son alone. He's like, Karen, he's going by and he's hanging out the car window and he's hollering, you pedophile, why aren't you locked up yet? And I'm trying to keep from cracking up and say, well, why aren't you? But
yeah, he's right. Exactly.
Right. So I went home. I said, okay, I'll take care of that part of it, but you leave him alone. So I got home. I'm like, Doug, you always leave one word out that makes a big deal. I said, you stop harassing him and he'll leave you alone. So I really think it was strange that when Doug died, it was almost like a week later. I mean, it was in the same, very close to it. It was like I never seen him again after Doug died, and I really feel like he played a part in it, but that's just my opinion. I mean, when we went to sign the kids up for school that year, we had the neighbor and Calvin, and he sees Victor with us, and he says, "Victor, my favorite." And I said, "Too bad Doug Teal wasn't." And the whole place went quiet, and nothing else was said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, he should have kept his mouth shut. You're not going to, holler something like that out at my boy and not expect me to, fire back.
Of course
You
not.
know.
No, yes, ma'am. Of course not.
So he's in Myrtle Beach. He doesn't say a word about being a police officer once upon a time, or nothing to do with Fredericktown. He sent a young girl back here, but the girl that you see him in the picture with looks like her but older, so he wouldn't get the statutory rape anymore. He found him a dancer that's his age. But I made sure I took a snapshot of this little girl that he took with him. I looked at her Facebook up, and she had that they live in Myrtle Beach. So I snapshotted it just because, for proof of the fact that, this is really how the story went, because he ended up shipping her back here. Like who cares what her feelings are for him? He found somebody his age that fill her shoes.
Of course.
And
Right.
I'm sure she has a story to tell too. If she was with him
Right,
like
and
that, she has a story.
that was John Rogers, Jon.
What was the girl's name? Do you know that by chance?
Allison Clover.
How do you say the last name?
Clover.
Like four-leaf clover?
COLVER. Right.
Got you. Okay, thank you. There we go. Like what you just said, Doodle. I'm sure she has a story to tell herself. Yes. Good God, this is like a made-for-TV movie. You would never believe this stuff is happening in real life, you guys, but it's obvious that it is. And if I go backwards, Doodle, and I don't mean to jump off your story, Karen, but it's kind of important. If we go backwards and think about what happened with Timmy and Durante as well, and the people that were involved in those cases, the people on the outside, okay, that like the house that Durante was involved at when all this stuff happened with him, where Timmy was, all of these people surrounding this seem to have involvement within something involving law enforcement illegal. I'm sorry, I said that backwards. Illegal things going on with law enforcement, as if they work for these people.
It's almost like someone in law enforcement is the dealer, and everyone else is kissing their ass to keep the dealer happy and doing exactly what they want to, because not only does this dealer, he's also law enforcement, or she.
Okay, well,
and that's so worrisome, because that all of this is stemming around the same people and the same habits is the problem.
Oh yes, could I tell you some stuff? Okay, the Village Creek Road, Robin Fulton's property that Timmy was found on, was a huge drug cartel. I mean, gigantic. And that red barn had guys walking around in those dusters that, they had machine guns underneath and everything else. I mean, I sat there, I don't know how many times at the bowling alley and watched that place. And I watched Fred take his car in there. He had a Mustang. I watched him take it in there and walk home because he owed him money, I guess. Bobby Kemp owned the place. And he's in prison. So Bobby Kemp decides he wants to give a plea bargain and tell what happened to Doug Teal. So Lewis isn't in office anymore. Bobby Spain has become the sheriff. And he's a rookie. And he wants me to get back with him. He knows Doug's been killed, but I'm stepping into some deep stuff. Can you get with me in a little? I gave him like 4 or 5 months. I didn't rush things. Like I said, nothing's going to bring Doug back. I thought it was great the man knew Doug was murdered and he was going to look into it, I thought. So when I did with him, I hear that Bobby Kemp wants to, make a plea bargain. And matter of fact, the chief of police told me this. Eric Hovis, the one that replaced the Cookie Monster. He said, I know Doug had been murdered. And I said, you do? He said, yeah, because there's a prisoner, Bobby Kemp, that wanted to give a plea bargain. And I said, well, where is he? Well, he never gave the plea bargain because Rebecca McFarland showed up for the story and he decided to be locked up. I said, are you kidding me? This Bobby Spain, the sheriff now, knew. I told him that Becky McFarland was an accomplice. Why would he send her over there to get this man's story? As soon as he seen Becky, he said, lock me up. And he hasn't said a word since because he knew he'd die that night.
Yep. Yep.
Do you know where where's he housed now?
I'm thinking he's in Fulton still.
I can look that up.
Fulton.
I
Okay.
may have to do a little visit.
Yes, ma'am.
Robert Kemp. Yeah.
Robert Kemp. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for
And
this
if you
so
can't
much.
locate it, I can. So just get a hold of me and I'll tell you his middle name and his name, rank, and serial
Okay.
number.
I definitely will.
So
His
far we
daughter,
have. Go ahead.
his daughter just died so maybe 6 months ago. On J Highway, there's a twisty ass highway out here that runs from Fredericktown to Perryville. I used to take it to the cereal factory all the time when I worked over there at Gilster Mary Lee. And every time you hear of one of these young people dying, it's a smack in the face a day later that you're hearing that they didn't die; they were killed. But I haven't heard no more on Morgan. She's supposedly she was driving home from Perryville. She was tired. She fell asleep, and it would not. I mean, I worked with my husband, thank goodness, but we were keeping each other awake on this silly road to and from because we were putting in 12-hour, 4-day swing shifts and stuff. And yeah, you don't really blink on this road because you could go off anywhere, and it would even be hard for them to kind of find you right off the bat. But that's what kind of makes me wonder if it was an accident or not, with Bobby being a dealer and all this stuff going on. Did somebody force his daughter off the road? Maybe one of those that's never ever spoke about again.
Very possible. You can't put anything past any of them now.
Nope. It's crazy, and it's very crazy.
Did
And
you
I just can't
say
believe that.
did
Okay,
you
and
say Heather?
Mandy was. I can't believe when Mandy said that. Oh my God, brain fart. Her dad was the very first one that they brought in, and then all of a sudden, um, his name wasn't brought up again. And when
Mandy Yates? Yeah, she did say that. She did. You're right.
yes, I'm trying to think of his name. I'm just too excited over the show here, but I've got all that written down, and I knew it because, like I said, Gina babysat for me. I was so close to the family. Matter of fact, I would go over and sit at their house and talk to the mom and bullshit with the family while she babysat for me because she was trying to earn money to buy her own school clothes that year, and she had already bought 2 or 3 outfits, and we were trying to help her because I thought
You're
that was
right.
really neat.
You're right. That is what started it because she was the very first kidnapping in our area we had seen ever. Like that was so weird. We were all scared. I was a kid then, and I remember being scared because that was so new. We never had
Right,
kidnapping.
And
and
that's
that
what
was
I'm.
exactly.
Gina Dawn was the beginning of the end, basically, in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yep.
This is insane. It is absolutely insane. Let me ask a real quick question. I want to interrupt again because I'm trying to keep this together. But who's the governor? Who is the governor right now?
Mike Parsons.
Same guy. Okay.
Yep.
I forgot about that. Who was the governor before Parsons? Does anybody remember?
Oh
I'll
my
look it up.
gosh.
I don't remember, but I'll look it up.
Okay. Now, how long has Parsons been the governor, Doodle?
I'd have to look that up too. I know he's been in there for I think he served 2 terms so far.
Okay. So, do we know if anybody has contacted his office in regards to any of this?
I don't know, but I can't.
I'm not
There's
sure
still.
it would do any good. I mean, same as like the Marcellus. It's not. He's more. Oh, I don't know how to say it. It's not that he's dirty. It's just that I don't think he cares. It's sad. I don't know though. Well, we can try, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, the letters I sent out, I told you that. Okay, there's either 4 state and 3 fed. I can't remember, or vice versa. And I had sent all 7 of those people letters, and it just so happened that Sheena or Shelly. I'm looking right here in the book in front of me. Was the one that was over this area. Well, I get a letter back from her, and then I get one back. I got one back from federal and one from government, and they both was. They're so sorry on what happened to my son, but there's nothing they can do about it because they don't cross the line on this. And giving me this long ass spill on why they can't help me. I have never in my life been so lost in space. I just could not believe. I thought the law helped the law. No, sir. And then when I find out that even the FBI, nobody can step in unless they're invited. Are you kidding with this sheriff being dirty? you know,
true. You're
and
right.
then
That's
I'm
exactly
on
it.
14 years. How long do they
Yep.
wait? I'm on 14 years, you know. When do they feel like they can go in?
Well, see, they can't just go in and like take over without the department asking for their assistance, which I think is a bunch of crap too. Because what if the department is dirty? Then what? Then
That's
what are
what
we
I'm
supposed to do
saying.
with that? Right.
I
Right.
stood there in Cape and in St. Louis and told them all about how dirty Louis is and the stuff that was going on. And well, ma'am, I'm sorry, we can't. You know, unless we're invited, unless the sheriff invites us in, we're not allowed to do anything. And I thought, wow,
Of course he's not going to invite you in because he's the one involved. So
right.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. So the attorney general's office is one step. The governor's office. The Department of Justice, in my opinion, would be who needs to be contacted so that I think they have the revolving, evolving. I can't know why. I don't know why I can't talk to them. I'm so sorry. The ability to have the whole circumference of the situation, in my opinion.
I notified Chris Costner. I knew him like the back of my hand. I talked to him so often. That's Attorney General. He was in that office for years. And I mean, that man never did do a doggone thing to help in this direction. And I thought that was so just really super uncalled for. I could not believe that he didn't even reach out and apologize. You know, he just went on about like it wasn't any big deal.
Eric Greetings was the governor. Eric
I
Greetings.
just saw that. Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Well, I was thinking. I guess I forgot. I can't believe I forgot. Age is kicking in.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think I'm going to be contacting the Department of Justice myself because I've covered 4 stories and heard actually 5 if you want to include Donna, and heard nothing but the same horror stories in regards to this situation. Somebody needs to say something or look at this at least. It doesn't make any sense that nobody's looking at it. I don't get it.
And on James Wade, okay, now Doug wasn't taken all over for hours and hours and hours. Doug was taken to some designated spots that these guys rule and run, and you took him in James Wade's, and they smacked him around.
That makes sense then, because the way I had heard it from other people was that they had drove him for hours and hours. So that makes more sense, Karen.
There wasn't enough time, so yeah, that does make sense. Let me ask you, Karen. Let me ask you. I'm going to say a name to you, and I want your reaction. And I want you to tell me what you think or what you know. Bobby
Boone.
Who?
Bobby Boone.
So you already know where I'm going. Okay, then. Who is that? Let's talk about that name real quick.
Let me tell you, I don't want nothing to do with her, and I'm not scared of these guys. I wasn't even scared when Madison ended up dead, but I don't want nothing to do with her. She is so disgustingly dirty, but she is into drugs, she's into murder, she's into everything, and how she's still alive, I just absolutely don't know.
Well, the reason why I brought that name up to you, and we don't have to go any deeper into that, I understand. Her name has been brought up in every case I've covered out of this area. Everybody. There's people in chat right now saying there's a familiar name. Every case we've covered has that name involved in it. That says something to me too. So
she's the drag queen of deviousness.
Wow.
There's nothing she wouldn't do, and there's nobody's back she wouldn't stab.
Okay. Well, that's probably why she's befriended all of these people at that point then. So real quick.
Also, Dago, did you pick up on James Wade? Because that is the home where Durante was murdered.
Yep. I already got it written down.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you so much for
See,
grabbing
and
that.
Nick Lowry was one of my boys' good friend, and he said, he'd come in crying to me and told me, Mom, they say that Nick Lowry shot himself. Well, in the first place, it was a rifle. He must have had some talent to him, because they didn't allow for the kick or nothing else. He had to use his toe to pull the trigger. But I kept telling him, well, the truth will come out someday.
No, he didn't. We know he didn't, of course.
Right. Right. And there's a third body. Have you heard that one? Does that eat anybody up, knowing that there's been mention of a third body in James Wade's house?
In the house, or the one wrapped in the carpet?
No, that was Nick Lowry.
Okay.
Who's the third body? Do we have a name for the third body?
Oh, I did have it written down. Doggone it. I have it. I might have to give it to you later, but it was his. It was his daughter's grandmother. So it was either his possibly his mother-in-law. Is what
Wow.
I have to look my notes up here, but I had mentioned it in front of somebody. I said, and I've been looking for years for this, and I just found this out this last month. And I said something about, well, they say there's a third body, but nobody can come up with a name or who it was. And she rattled it off, just like she was related or something. I was like, my jaw's falling further to the ground as she's going. I said, how do you know all this? She said, because we moved here in 2010 and she died in 2011. Yeah, I'd have to say 2011. And, she was fine and she was very active and in okay health. And next thing you know, she's, found dead in his home. And she said, I don't know where it went from there. There was never any like investigating. There was never any digging in the dirt or nothing. But
And
it was either
that's
it was his,
that group of years, 2010. That's Doug died in 2010. Am I correct?
yep.
Okay, so we have other. This is okay. I'm starting to draw a picture here, you guys. I painted a picture, I should say, and it's all these puzzle pieces are starting to fit in little spots along. This is just another piece to this amazingly huge puzzle of bullshit that has been going on in this town. These names are all popping up all over the place, and these people seem to be working for, affiliated with one specific place, one specific person, okay? And it all goes back to that at the same time. Who is the sheriff right now as we speak?
Katie McCollin.
Say that again. It was broken up.
Katie. I think you pronounce it McCollin. I got it right here. I got her.
Got
The
you.
same as the same as Timmy D's, Katie.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Now,
that's exactly who it is. But get this, she was there also. She was a deputy. She told me, she said, Karen, I know I was there whenever Doug got killed. She said, but we were put on assigned duties only. She said, I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, yeah, nobody's that dumb.
right. You gotta see things for what they are.
And that's how it was. They always was the same people, just different titles. I mean, come to find out, this rookie who made me mad, he lives next to David. Well, his parents live next to David Lewis, and then he lives next to him. So why wouldn't I have been able to put two and two together that this rookie wasn't going to turn out to be any good anyway?
Wow.
And he wasn't. He was the one that he's the one that sent Becky over to get the story, right? And Bobby Kemp said, "Lock me up." Well, then he ended up being taken out of office because he was just getting in deeper and barely swimming, and they ended up putting somebody in his shoes. But he just let it ate him up, and it went to his head, and he almost lost his marriage and everything. Well, in the meantime, he's lying to me. He's leading me on because he told me that I believe he was murdered, and we'll look into it. So he tells me that he handed it over to the state, and I'm so excited. I'm like, "Did you? Oh my gosh, Bobby, thank you so much." So I give it a week or two, and then I go contact the state. Well, see, Doug's body was on a state highway, and David Lewis has a friend named Scott Rawson. He's a state trooper. There's one in every office, you guys, and they protect each other. Well,
Yep.
there was no report written on Doug, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe, regardless of the reason, whether it's foul play or it's not, and when there's a body on a state highway, there's supposed to be a report made. There's no report on Doug whatsoever, and there was, there was a state trooper right there at his body on the scene because as soon as somebody called in that Doug, there was a body, David Lewis and Rebecca McFarland went out there, took the two cops that were there first on traffic duty, and they took over canvassing the area and the rest of the investigation there.
I wish Officer Thompson, the highway patrol, I wish Dallas Thompson would have been a highway patrol in 2010. He's really, really good, and I may be able to get a hold of him. I'm not sure how much, how good it will do, because I know Officer Hovis, and he used to be great. So I'm floored by
He's not
all
so
of it.
great now. He's kind of
They turn. It's like they get involved, and that's it. They completely change, and that's got to
because he
stop.
was there when my false arrest. He was there and he knew it was a false arrest, and he didn't say a word about it. But so anyway, the state trooper, I had already tried to talk to him, and he was Lewis's friend, and he was by his side. Well, then whenever I called, because it's handed over to the state, I called, and I'm very polite on the phone. I've worked on phones all my life, and and I'm like, yes. So they put me on hold forever. Then he comes on the line, and it's Scott Ross, and I'm like, oh no. And
Is
I
that
said, yeah, this is Doug Teal's mother, and I'm calling in regards to, I was told by the sheriff of Fredericktown, Bobby Spain, that he handed the case over to you. I wanted to know if you found anything new. Ma'am, don't you have a copy of the autopsy? That boy was hit by a car. End of story. There's no sense in looking no further.
wow? This sounds like a replay of Scott Ross, and there's that name again, Miss
Right.
Barbara.
And their professionalism. I don't know who
Right.
Yes.
trains Fredericktown, but somebody needs to get in there and do some proper training.
Yes.
Right. So I tried to call him just recently when I was wondering what happened to everybody's clothes disappear. They never make it to the funeral home or back home to the mama. So I wanted to know where the clothes were that Doug had on when his body was found. And so I tried to get a hold of the funeral home. So I was called the state because Barbara had told me that the state had a couple of items, and I thought, well, maybe they have these items. Called there. No, there ain't no state report. There isn't. They don't have nothing, and um, he doesn't plan on having nothing. He just. Oh, that was just recently. Okay, so they put me on hold, and I mean, I've gone down there in person. I've waited an hour. Been put on the phone several times on hold. It always is Scott Rawson, no matter. And I don't even say his name but they won't let me pass this guy. And this was recent. And I'll be darned if I wasn't on the phone forever. And he come on. The lady goes, Karen, I'm sorry to keep you on hold. I just found Scott. They've transferred him to Jeff City. I'm transferring you to him. He'll be on in a moment. And I hung up. I thought, there ain't no way. I didn't want to know what he had to say.
Mm-hmm.
I have
Absolutely.
been so rejected and so cut down and put down and pushed around that I almost am really feeling inferior anymore.
I understand. I
And I
do.
don't even have no guilty reason to do that, but they make you feel that way.
100%. I mean, I remember hearing Miss Barbara say that. Kimberly Lott has made that same statement. I mean, this should not be anything anywhere near close to what this should be like, and it's insanity
Right.
that it's continuously going on and on and on and on. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Ah, Jesus, this is a lot. So what was I gonna ask? I was gonna ask something and I lost it again. You got. I'm looking at things as we're talking about this as well.
I am
David Lewis.
sure I've told him.
Right. David Lewis, let me clarify something. Is he black or a white gentleman?
He's white.
Okay, that's what I thought. And does he have a child by the same name as him?
Have a what?
Does he have a son
Yes,
by the same name as
he
him?
does.
Okay.
Yeah, he does. He also lost a child named Travis Lewis that I always had my cars inspected. He worked at one of these car places. I had no idea. I didn't put two and two together and see Lewis in him at all. And he had a tragic ending. And somebody said, "You know who that is, don't you?" I said, "Yeah, it's Travis Lewis. That's David's son." I'm like, "No way." He was a very sweet, nice guy and young, but he had some kind of illness, internal bleeding, and he was told not to drink alcohol and not to misuse his medicine. And he was having a bad trip one night, feeling sorry for himself. He was drinking and misusing his medicine, and he caused himself to kick into the full internal bleeding and died on
Okay.
the way.
Got it.
Karen, do you know if the Lewises are related to the Lewis salvage over there? I think it's in Washington County.
You know that?
And
Because
do
it's
either
like it's a salvage place for.
do either two of these gentlemen look familiar to either one of you?
If what does?
Do either two of these gentlemen look familiar to you guys at all?
Not to me, but I don't know them.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. I'm not even looking. Hang on.
This is pure insanity. And I can't. The very first thing she said.
It's
Welcome.
heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking to think You know, for good officers, it infuriates me to think they have no professionalism. They don't care. They could care less. It's just it's so sad.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Are you there, Karen? Maybe. Welcome, James. Thank you for joining us today for this. Please share this out, everybody. It's very important that we get this all shared out. I don't
You're
know where else.
fucking muted somehow.
Yeah, I'm on
No, you're gone. You're not even.
Are you here? I can hear you.
That's you. Where are you at?
wait a minute. Can you hear me now?
We
Yeah.
can hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
So where am I at? I don't know where I'm at.
you're right up here.
Excuse us, guys. We're
She's
not. We're
adorable.
not
I
tech
just love her.
savvy.
Yeah, you're up here with us still.
It's repeating.
It's lagging. That's
What happens is if you're
okay.
on,
We're still with you guys.
Yes, you're still here.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent.
All right.
I'm not even going to try to do nothing from now on.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
You're good.
We thought we lost y'all.
No. And here's the thing: if you're on StreamYard with us and you hit a button and you go anywhere else, it will take you out of here. But you're still here, so we're good. We're good. Definitely. So at this point, then the detectives have come to you. They've told you, unfortunately, Doug is passed, so on and so forth. We don't think that there's any foul play. Case closed. That's the end of it. There has been nothing else. Even after the things that you have said, that you've heard, that you've taken to them, they have not reopened the case to look at it at all, right? I wonder if she can still hear us.
It's so odd how they just blow them off. Grieving parents, like they don't matter.
Well,
Who does that? Who does that?
here's the thing. Anytime you go to police, if you have tips, information in regards to a case of your loved one, they're supposed to take that to heart and at least look into it. They're not doing that, I think, because they know what the truth is. And unfortunately, they don't want that brought to the surface. Do you know what I mean? This is horrible.
It is. It's just crazy to think. Look how, and that's 2 terms. That was one before, and then now. What's next? It's not getting any better.
No, it seems like it's getting worse. I'd be curious to look into anything that's happened recently and see what's going on there. You know what I mean? I mean, we had Donna's situation. We know about that. But has there been any new situations like this? Because like she said earlier, Karen said here just a little bit ago, there's so many suicides and things like that have happened that they're saying is what they are, but they're not.
And
You know what
see, that's just it, because they go in spurts, which makes me think it's a deal or something. Because why would so many pass away in one little bit of time, and then nothing, and then all of a sudden three or four more, and then nothing? That tells me they're trying to maybe get rid of some to get new. Maybe, I don't know. It's
Or
very
people-
perilous police work, though. That's ridiculous.
It sounds to me like people know too much at some time or at some point. Specific people get nervous and then things happen. Okay. I'm just saying. I don't even know, guys. Like, I'm trying to figure out Madison County. Madison County Sheriff's Office. Is there an area around there that's called London?
I don't think so.
No.
It'd be Marquand.
Yeah. Madison. Hold on a minute. Are you still here, Karen? I don't think she is.
I don't know if you can bump her. Maybe if you could like take her down, she can come right back.
That's what
I don't know if she can even hear us.
Let me pull her from the studio, and then she can come back in from that link that you gave. Same link you gave her before. Here she comes. There we go. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. There we go. Okay,
I had to go out and come all the way back in from
We've been able
Doodlebug's page. It wouldn't let me back in.
all right, so here's a little secret. When we're on StreamYard, unfortunately, you're not able to go and look at anything else on the device you're on, or it'll take you out, unfortunately. So we just got to kind of stay right in this little box until we get done with everything. Otherwise, it will bounce you out, or you'll get stuck in the middle. So it's a sad thing. But that's okay. We're here now. We're good to go.
Okay, and I sent you those. Now I did do that with the phone record, and it didn't do that to me, so we got lucky on that one.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now get this: the same thing's happening to me on and this is a federal crime. All of Doug's evidence that was put in the evidence, bagged up and sealed and put in the evidence locker by the police, has been tampered with and taken. And I mean, they just stole it all. His cell phones, his they have a display set of knives. The display knives, every one of them's missing. I mean, I just can't believe that not only did they murder my son, burn down my house, but then they steal all of his belongings out of the police evidence locker that was under lock and key.
Do you know who signed off on that evidence?
Nobody did, but luckily the case has got a page in it right there by the phone records.
It hasn't existed for 10 years.
No one
It has
signed off.
everything listed that should be in there, and it's not in there. There's only like a pair of socks and maybe a tie.
An officer should have signed off on that, initialed. He or she should have initialed as they were bagging the stuff.
No.
Well, somebody needs to be questioning where it went then, and
Yeah.
accountable.
They act like it's no big deal. And she on the red truck that we were getting ready to give Doug. On the day of the funeral, my Doug's brother Victor drove it to Walmart. Ran inside, not even in there 5 minutes, and there wasn't no traffic at Walmart. He was right by a camera and everything, but I don't think that's when they used film. If you want to know the truth, but because they said there wasn't any film in it. But he come out. I mean, he runs in there, runs out, and the sports mirror's yanked off of the passenger side and thrown in a cart right there. So he calls the police department, and city would have responded. And this city officer comes out, and she seemed like she wanted to be a good officer and stuff. This is Lyndall Lunsford's wife now. And she makes up a report. Now, nobody was supposed to have nothing to do with us, but this was a city incident. So why did it hurt anything? She writes up the report. She sees some good fingerprints on there. She said, now they may be yours or Karen's or, Doug's or something. She said, but I do see some, good evidence on here. She said, well, I'll get it ready for the lab. They'll pick it up and then we'll, get the results back. So she had it signed, sealed, and ready to go to the lab. They set it in this little basket, and somebody comes in, like mail, and picks it up and takes off. Well, it disappeared out of that basket, and she got fired.
Wow.
And there's that's it. It's gone. That's crazy.
So about 2 years later, Becky tells me, I think that we may have found that sports mirror. I said, well, you just go ahead and keep it for your car. Like, it isn't going to be wiped and licked clean. I was like, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night.
Right.
And when I would ask her, I'd say, now you do see foul play now, don't you, Becky? All along, I'm asking her this. Not really, Karen, I don't. Well, of course not, because it's your mistress that you're protecting. But I said, Becky, I can't believe you. I said, I'm a better detective than you are. I said, you're supposed to gather all the evidence and then kind of throw your own little theory in it and come up with the solution. And no, she just played dumb through it all.
Wow.
Or I think she was playing. She may not have been. But all of them act like they've never been educated enough to solve a murder. Not one murder has been solved there.
They probably haven't been. That's the problem. Sounds like to me that they're hell, you could work in a grocery store one day and become a sheriff's deputy the next.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And they even sent me downtown for a mental evaluation. That's after I got okay. They burned my house down. Thanksgiving weekend, they burned my house down. And Becky and Lewis happened to be there for that too. No pictures are taken.
Now that
You can't even.
now that you jumped on that story, that part of this, I want to talk about that real quick, if you don't mind, Karen.
That's fine.
Walk me through how that all went down from beginning to end on the house situation with the fire and all that, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, we ended up going back home, and we just been caught up in this, we just kind of like bullshit and people. For one, there was a whole parking lot full of people to tell on them, and there's been statements written and everything for people that witnessed Doug's murder. Bullies hang around younger people, and so they're scared of them. Actually, bottom line. And supposedly they took Doug to a few places. They beat on him. Then they took him to like out off Z Highway by James Wade's place, and where you couldn't hear him scream and carry on, and that's where they finished him off. And then, from what I understand, they even had time. There was 4 vehicles sitting at the auto zone, conversing within each other, trying to figure out what to do with him while my son was laying back there dying or dead. Because a friend of mine was leaving town, and she went right past there, and she said, "Wow, that's strange. Some 4 vehicles sitting there at this hour." And this was like 3:30 in the morning. And about the same time, they just ended up taking him back down and dumping him on the road where they picked him up at. And there was all kinds of stuff they did. There was a trucker that went by, and he left a message that first off, he had to swerve and miss a box. When he came back through, the box wasn't there anymore. Well, the box was thrown off to the side of the road. Apparently, they decided keeping him in the box wasn't good enough. And Christina, when she hit Doug, she swerved, away from the body. She said, and she went ahead and took her boyfriend to carpool to work. When she came back, she noticed taillights in front of her because she wondered why they weren't stopped at his body. So these guys were hitting him. His head was almost liquefied, according to my oldest son, who identified him for me. There's no way I could have identified him.
Oh
Right.
no, that's
If it
terrible.
wasn't for his initials DET on tattooed on his arm, my son said you wouldn't have known who he was. And he said it makes him sick every time he closes his eyes. And they're trying to tell me that there's, those. I'm trying to get this stuff like by the Sunshine Law too. No, they're telling me that, there's no pictures, there's no this, there's no that. And I'm like, okay, so I'm sending the letter to somebody else, because Chris Follis's son now is the one who runs it. But his dad still, I'm sure, walks through there, and they are definitely aware of who these, who us victims are. We become the victims, the parents. But they know whose families died and whose lies they told.
You're right,
Because
they do. And a lot of law
get this.
enforcement's best friends are coroners, and I know that firsthand.
Oh my gosh. And I thought that Mr. Follis seemed like he was the nicest old man in the entire world. And honest, I'm not a very good judge. Because I asked him also, okay, the first lie was the deal about, Doug's body was already down and expired. And then he turns around within the week and says, no, he was still alive. He stuck to his body was already down, but he changed his story to he was still alive. And that's why it's important. I need to have these people that he said his body was down and expired. And he even told Chris, the girl that hit him, and her lawyer that. Because I tried to tell her that they were saying he was still alive, and she said no. And she was crying her heart out. She said, Karen, they told me and my lawyer that he was down and expired. And I said, he was. I said, but Lewis forgot to cover his ass. And so he's, they need to have somebody to blame it on.
Absolutely.
And, but I couldn't believe the coroner went right along with that, but like I said, he kept saying his body was already down, but he said, he was still alive. That way, it would look like Chris, when she hit him, that she killed him. But then he turns around and the autopsy's not coming back. And see, now Chris, this girl that hit him, we never hung out together, but we were both hairstylists, and I was in her brother's wedding, so we were acquaintances. We knew who each other was, and she lived out by us. And she even had a son Doug's age. Matter of fact, she thought it was her son when she first was walking over to him. And she said that she thought it was DJ. But anyway, when it would have to be a special time when I would talk to her, because of I knew that we were going to bust out crying. I didn't want to have her crying in the middle of having to do a perm or something. So I happened to pay my taxes late that day. That's the only thing I can think of it was. And she was just finishing up at the salon there at the square in Fredericktown. So I walked in and I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Well, I walked in the salon and yeah, she, her last customer leaves and she looks at me and she goes, Karen, I'm sorry. And our eyes teared up and I said, it's not your fault, girl. I said, we're crying. And she said, I thought it was my son. And she goes, I should have just pulled over. She goes, when Bobby said, I'm going to miss my ride, we got to go. He goes, it was a deer or a dog. Her boyfriend said that. He said, what are the chances? And your mind does play strange games with you, and I can see her thinking, yeah, what are the odds of me hitting a human? It probably was a deer or a dog. But anyway, the sad part was when she went in, dropped him off, came back by herself, and found out it was a human. I mean, that would have just totally done me in.
Right. How
100%.
long, Karen, from when Doug passed, how long was that until they burnt your house?
Thanksgiving weekend, so it was 4 months later, July 15th to November 27th or 28th.
Were you
Okay.
guys gone or were you in the house?
Well, Thanksgiving and 4th of July was our family days, and because I love to cook, and so Thanksgiving I knew my boys would be home, and they knew there'd be food galore, and we would just eat and giggle and have a good time. Well, so we decided that particular year, Doug's brother Vic was going to stay with his sister. Uh, they were reunited, and then she has a place in Chicago, and they decided we should slip mom out of here and let her go too, and not tell nobody where she's going. So this came to be our decision, and I left with Vic. The two of us went to Chicago to Rachel's house, and my husband and Calvin were here. Nobody knew that it wasn't all of us in there, and they had been watching TV, and about time they dozed off is when the place started. It filled up with smoke, and he started choking and stuff, and I don't know how many times I've stood over at the neighbor's yard and just pictured uh, even a bottle full of gasoline with a rag hanging out it and throwing it right where this fire was blazing is right where it would land because of the way the house was made, which was the bathroom. So this fire marshal they send out, the insurance sends out, it's trying to say, no, this is where it started. But and my husband's trying to tell him, no, it's not. That's the way we went out of here. I know how we got out of this house. And I'm sorry that you don't, you didn't do your homework because that is not where the fire was at. But the whole thing, I mean, we're talking a 50 alarm fire. This was 50 years of my life, and um, that house had the stuff in it, and they didn't even try to put it out for the longest time. They said they had to have the water hauled in and stuff, which I know they got to do something similar, but no. I just filled my propane tank up, and they let the propane loose out in the air instead of calling the gas company and having them come get it. $700 that year for 450 gallons, and they released it in the air.
My God. Wow. So can you get
But
into where they tried to lock you up and tried to charge you?
yeah, so I mean, the house burning down was the 4 months later and stuff. Then 11 months later, and it was July 3rd. I mean, sorry, June 13th, my husband's birthday. Um, what it was we were um hearing all kinds of rubbish, and we needed nobody would help us. Now, Randy Sawyer, I think is his name, at the Calvary Temple Church, is the one that put us up in a motel that particular night. He come out to the house. He said, Karen, if there was something you needed, what would it be? I said,
Yeah.
I guess somewhere to stay the night. And he says, well, I'm going to book you a couple of nights in this motel here in town. He said, and, just to help you out a little bit. So we were thankful of that. And then I ended up meeting up with the commissioner, um, Bob Mooney, and the part that the commissioner plays against the police. He's like their boss, kind of,
Yeah.
as far as like if they
Yeah.
want, like when they wanted those used cars, they had to go through him, and they ended up getting them because blah blah blah. Well, when I had a meeting with him, he's the one that he listened to me, and he let me say what I had to say and get everything off my mind. And I didn't know when I left if he believed me, if it was yay or nay. I just know that I finally got to open up and tell somebody what happened, and all the way from the beginning to end. And I left, and all I know is Lewis was running for sheriff again, and 2 days later, all of a sudden he was resigning. He wasn't going to run for sheriff no more. He stepped out of office, and I was like, yes, I knew that guy believed me. I said he should have helped me better than instead of just telling Lewis, I think you need to step out of office, he should have helped me and busted the son of a gun.
You're right.
But
He should have worked with you and called Department of Justice, brought them in, did whatever he had to do, screamed as loud as he could scream, even if no
that's
one
right.
listened. But he didn't.
Somebody
I
went
couldn't believe it either. That was shocking. I told her before I left her office, do you know that you rate above the commissioner, above the sheriff? This is your town, honey, and you could do something about this.
very true.
But they're so scared. They're so scared. The whole town is scared.
Well, I have another list of names I wanted to put out there. We already brought up Bobby Brown. We know who she is. I know exactly who she is. I have her whole file right now.
Bobby Boone.
Yes. So Bobby Boone. I also want to see if there's any other names that you might be familiar with. I have let's go with Michael Long. Does that sound familiar to either one of you, by the way, by chance?
Michael Lowe?
Long, like Long. No.
Michael Lowe.
No, I'm not familiar with that either.
Or
I don't know, but Officer Long's the one that took that's not his first name, but it was Officer Long that took the case home to his house. There could be relation there.
Okay. Now we also have a Michael and Andrew Busking, or I think it's pronounced Buef.
Yeah.
Okay, you're familiar with them? Okay.
I'm familiar with the name, definitely.
Yes. Okay. Jacob and Zachary Graham.
Yep.
Yeah,
Trouble
definitely. That's a Timmy D's thing. Yeah, you
Yeah.
bet.
Okay, and then I also have how about Officer Donna Larimore or Laura Moore?
No, is she from Fredericktown?
Yes, ma'am. She was a Fredericktown, I can never say it right, police officer at one point.
She must not have been there long.
And what's her name?
Donna Larimore.
I'm not familiar with that. When I was telling you earlier that some good ones left, one of them they called Robo Bitch. Cindy Poston. She was usually, and then they had Norma, and they had a black dude named Atlas, Lawrence Atlas. Yep. They just gave up, and they went because they wanted to, stand by their oath, stand behind their oath, and they gave up and just went elsewhere.
Cindy is an excellent officer. She really is.
Yes, she is. I love her, and we used to call her Robo Bitch.
And now this here is Becky McFarland, right?
That's right.
If on screen is this is Detective McFarland. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah, she favors Katie a little bit, but yeah, that's her, I think.
Yeah, okay.
And they're good friends because they told Katie when she went into office that they weren't going to put her in office if Becky was going to be around. So she said no, she won't.
Yeah. How about Christy Barron?
That name rings a bell. I don't know exactly who she is, though.
Gotcha.
I just know the name Barron. Barron's kind of familiar.
One of my other investigators, I'll put her out there like that because that's what she does. She's been in the background the whole time pulling all this stuff so that we can get these names together because I'm going to make a phone call. There's a lot of people that seem to be all linked together that go right back to the same scenario. And it's weird because a lot of these names, Karen and Doodle, are linked within all three of these cases, or four of these cases, I should say. This is strange. And then some of these people have multiple aliases that they go by within the system. Jacob Stone, you know what I mean? Multiple, and they're all linked together. Zachary Graham, James Wade, of course, Mike, Andrew Busking, and I'm wondering if these people are all people that work for, work with the same people. Okay, Bobby Boone, James Wade, blah blah blah.
James Wade is known to be a dealer in Fredericktown.
100%.
A big dealer. I think he's actually.
Well, that's why Doug was taken there. He was well-known drug cartel when Doug was taken there.
Do you know which cartel? Because I'm getting like two different kinds. Because you know how rumors are. Because nobody really will give me the cartel, of course, but you don't even have to say it here. You can just message me. But I've heard two different ones, which either one, of course, is bad. But I'm trying to figure out where they all link together to an officer or someone in law.
There we go.
Because whoever is in office is the one that's paying them and letting them do whatever, and that has to stop. We are losing our youth in these small towns.
And I
If they're
can
not
tell
in
you,
prison, they're being killed, and it's not fair. It's not right.
Yeah.
well, and part of it is the fact. Now, this is my theory, but think about it. Okay, these runners for the cops are criminals. Now, Nick and Fred both had a file big enough to put them both in prison, especially
Yeah.
being pedophiles all these years. They
So you
had
think
dope,
they're
they had
informants?
drugs, they had guns, they had robbery, they had rape. And
So they're
Lewis shredded
informants.
their files when they killed Doug.
And they probably had no charges pending, I bet. Just saying.
Right. Now they're built back up a bit. I don't know exactly what, but they had enough in their files that both of them could have been put away for life. And he shredded their files, which I mean, I know that if Perry Mason was alive, he could dig down and find, I mean, there's somewhere those documents have to be more than just kept in a file cabinet, right?
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean,
Yes, there is. There is. Also,
because
that
you look up
evidence.
PaceNet and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that evidence is really bothering me that no one signed off on it. That's their
Right.
job. I
That
mean,
makes me so mad because they destroy my entire life, and what little bit is left, they took and had a free for all. So when I confronted Katie on that, on one of the protests, she said there's been other officers in there. Well, really, only one in between the two of them. But the fact is, it doesn't matter. You mean when your time's up,
well,
that you guys just have a free for all?
well, she should have had better answers because there's a chain of custody with evidence.
Yep.
A huge chain of custody. Everyone, when you walk in, you sign. When you walk out, you sign. You sign off on every item you take out or
Yes,
put
ma'am.
in.
Yeah.
So whoever is over the evidence locker is who I want to talk to because
But this
Yeah.
one, yeah,
obviously they are up to
right.
no good.
And then the sports mirror too, and everybody acted like I'm just really had to talk myself into believing I was sane, and that um I had to have Doug's death certificate and birth certificate to make sure that I even had a kid. I mean, they are so mind abusing that it's just like, I mean, then they look at you like you're some kind of freak, and like the nerve of you, they make it look like they insult your intelligence is basically what they do. And when they sent me down for a mental evaluation, I thought, you guys need the mental evaluation, not me.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Because
speaking
all
of
of a
that too,
sudden,
Karen, is that because the mental evaluation led into the criminal side, right? When they tried to lock you up, because that bothers me so much. They didn't only burn her home
they
down.
wanted me. They wanted me, not my boys, but all three of us got arrested. And the reason being, and this was the assistant. How convenient! The assistant prosecuting attorney is the one who arrested us. Now the prosecuting attorney was always over in Cape. He wasn't hardly ever even here. It was this assistant. Now he didn't even know me, but they picked the assistant. They know what they're doing. Like they forced me into bankruptcy because I was just an average family. I wasn't rich and I wasn't poor. I was just average, and I was going to fight back as far as bailing us out and stuff like that. But it got to where they knew exactly what they're doing, and they forced us into bankruptcy and spent all of our money and stuff and destroyed whatever they could. And they had a hit out on me. They forced me out of town finally. Now we were living over in town on Marvin Street while we're trying to find a house to buy and move into. A friend ran into Jeff and he said, I was just getting ready to put this house on the market. You get over there. Don't worry about rent unless you guys are there a long time. He said, but it's my mom's house. You need a place to stay. Get in there. That was such a blessing that guy did that for us. So we were staying over there. Well, now we're right in the middle of the fighting zone. On Marvin Street, we're right in the middle of all these guys. And it was like, oh, great. But we did all right over there, other than the fact, okay, so my two boys, now George Anderson, I find out, is the last boy known to be with Doug when he was killed.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk to him, but I wasn't hunting him down or nothing. I knew small town, I'd see him someday and stuff like that. But my boys take off. We're over in this, in town by the houses, house to house, and they take off walking. and they go into a friend's house, and here's George Anderson. And one of them starts, swinging his knife around on his finger, acting like Mr. Stud, and the other one's, hey, I'd like to talk to you. And so he told the one that he'd walk, down the road and talk to him if the other one stayed up there so they didn't jump him or something. And so Vic, he walking down the road. Well, Tashina is Victor's girlfriend, and she come running up. She said, Vic's trying to text you, and this is my husband's birthday. It's the 13th of June, just 1 month shy of a year. And we almost had dinner ready and everything. And she says, Vic wants you to pick him up over at the racetrack. I'm like, all right, I got to go get bread anyway, and it's time to eat. We take off. She rode with me. We get over there, and I don't see nobody there. So I turn around, and I'm coming back, and I see somebody up the road, up the side road. And I said, do you think that's them? And we drove up there. Well, it was. So I pull up there, and this boy opens the door and gets in. And I looked over to see if Vic was getting in. And I just kind of look in the mirror. It's just normal procedures. What's up? Because my boys always have somebody with them. Most kids, live in town, have somebody with them, regardless of whose family member they are, and or whose kid they are. And so, as he's sliding over, and I look at Vic, he opens up the door and he said, "I know what happened to Doug, and he deserved it." And he took off running. I knew the voice then. I recognized who it was, but I had no idea. And I swear on my life, I had no idea that George Anderson was with Victor, and he was getting in my car. So, Vic looked at me. He says, "I don't have a choice now, Mom," and he took off running after him. So I'm listening to the dogs barking, and I'm following him. The sound of the dogs barking, and finally I decided to pull over to the left because I'm running out of street. And just as I pull over onto the shoulder part, Vic runs and he says, "Don't stop now," and he jumps in the car. And when I look over my shoulder to pull out, Zach's in the car also. They shut the door at the same time, I guess. I'm like, "Where did you come from?" Then they proceeded to tell me that, well, if I stayed at TC's house, he would walk with Victor and talk to you. And he said, then somebody came in and said, "What's going on out here? Something's going on with a green Blazer." That's what I was driving. And right away, Zach said he thought that that it was a setup, that when he let, his other brother walk out the door with George, that he was being killed down the road now. And so he took off out the door, and I don't know, but they wound up in my car. Nobody was hurt. Vic said he did come in contact with George. He punched him a couple times. They fell through this lady's door when she opened it up. And she said, "I'm calling the police." And that's when Vic ran out, jumped in my car, and we left. Well, I knew nothing of this. Next thing I know, I'm getting a police call that says, that was kind of asking me if I, tried to get George. And I'm like, no, good heavens, Well, they decide that that's a good way to, put charges on me. And they don't have a warrant out. They don't come by or nothing else. Well, Doug was being threatened by Fred, and I never did go in and complain about it. And I got a phone call on my cell phone, and it said it was from somebody. Vic was working up in St. Louis. He's a welder, and this guy from one of the subdivisions, he's like, "Vic, I'm going to find out where your mom lives, and I'm coming to kill you, you MF," and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, good heavens. And Vic didn't really know what it was about. Are you there still?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm just listening to you with the whole story. Go ahead.
Okay, well, he didn't know what it was about, so I wanted to stop by the cop shop and see what our rights were if this guy showed up down here. Because, like I said, Doug was threatening he's dead, and now Vic's getting a threat. I want to know what I can do about it. So I go in, and I'm told to have a seat. There's nobody in there. It's about, 4 o'clock in the evening. Nobody's around, and so I have a seat, and I'm just sitting there forever, and that's kind of unusual. Well, then I get called in, and when I get called in, this is Eric Jehovah's new week. He'd only been there a day or two or something like that. And it's Eric Hovis and Wendell Blue, David Lewis, Becky McFarland. I'm thinking there was one more, but maybe not. Yeah, the four of them, monsters. And so I told him, and I had tears rolling down my face because I was just mad and worried about, this threat and stuff. And I told him that I had a phone call I wanted them to listen to on my phone. Well, he informs me that there's Lewis informs me that there's a warrant out for my arrest. And I'm like, no, there isn't. Yeah, there is. I said, well, there wasn't before I walked in the door here anyway. He goes, no, there's a warrant out for your arrest. And I'm like, well, what's it for? He says it's for felonious restraint for holding George Anderson, against his will. I said, well, you got the wrong person because I never held him against his will. And he says, I need you to put your hands behind your back. Well, he reaches in the drawer and comes up with a fake warrant that they keep in the drawer with Robin Fulton's signature on it and everything because they'll disturb him tomorrow. They don't want to bother him tonight, And I got like all three of these warrants here. I got the phony one too, and it's like, uh, um, they arrest me and okay, when I told Jeff that morning, my husband, I said, you know what, I'm going to go by the police station, and I always tell him when I go that direction for anything, but I was still living there at the time. I said, I'm going to go by the cop shop and see what they say about this threat, and he said, all right. So if you're not here when I get here, I'm coming after you. I said, sounds good. So I get arrested in Lewis's let me see, they read me my rights and stuff. Well, then it's Becky that's watching me, put on my monkey uniform and stuff. And then I told Lewis, I said, hey Lewis, I said, I need to make my phone call or nobody will know where I'm at. And when I got done putting on my monkey suit and I'm heading into the cell, he goes, shut the phones down. And a girl was, yeah, get that. A girl was just hanging up and she goes, you can make a call, but you have to call collect. I said, no.
Still there? Oh, where'd she go? Hold on. Let me remove her again. Bring her back.
Yeah, she's new to it too.
No, it's okay. I understand. I went through it when I first started. Come on back. Yeah, I got all sorts of info and people and things.
Isn't this crazy, Dago? It's like this is one of many, and it just keeps getting worse. It's horrible.
Who's that, Doodle?
That's Hovis.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that there's all of these people. If you can hear me, Karen, hit that link and come on back in. All of these people seem to be protecting the other people and each other, and there's something wrong, big time something wrong. Okay.
And the worst part about it for me is that I look at this like even Hovis, and I think, I see some really good officers start out, and then it ends like this, and you're just like, wow.
Oh yeah, big time. There's James Wade and Jacob Graham. Okay. These people were also arrested for poaching as well, you guys. I mean,
well, yeah, that's common, but I was wrong. That's Durante, not Timmy D's.
but still, I mean, they're all interlinked in some sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And look at their faces. They look like real good characters, right?
Oh, I mean, these guys look like cartoon characters you'd see on a Inspector Gadget crime cartoon. You know what I'm saying? Look at them. They're just Jesus. I mean,
yeah.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And where these small towns get off with, they make the town look so innocent and beautiful, and they take care of their elderly. Because my father-in-law loved it there. Like, he loved Fredericktown. They take care of their elderly. But the elderly don't see what's going on after dark.
Right. Here, look at this. Look at this, you guys. This was a video posted on TikTok. Deputy Nick Adams and Chief of Police Eric Hovis shooting at a drive-away car in a full parking lot, firing shots. Look at it. Look. There's cars everywhere, people all over this parking lot, and they're shooting at this right out in broad daylight.
Yeah, that I know one of those is Officer Hovis, but I can't really see who the other one is.
It's Nick Adams.
Okay.
I mean, this is insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, we might. You guys, anybody that lives in this area, it's an election year. Think about what you're doing before you vote.
Exactly. Please.
Please, yes.
Because that's really the only thing citizens can do is watch who they put in office. Really. At
this point, yeah, and hope that once you get these people out of the way, the next ones to come in are not affiliated. Okay?
Yeah, but see, that's the problem because they usually are.
That's it right there. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I mean, guys, it's enough already. I can't tell you how many times. I hope she's okay. I can't tell you how many times. Matahari, this is Bling. Chain. Oh, welcome, Bling. Good to see you. Oh yeah. That's Nick Adams and T Povis. Yes. Anyway, who we got here now? Charles Dobbins. Unbelievable.
I sent her a message, but she hasn't seen it yet, so she might be trying to come back up.
It's okay. It's okay.
Or it might be too much. I mean, I'm not sure. I told her anytime she thinks it's too much, it's okay. It's
no,
okay.
yeah, and I'm okay with that guy. I have plenty. You know how Molly is. Molly has been hammering this since we started, and is just dropping stuff so left and right, names and people, and yeah. Thank you, Molly. You're doing a great job, by the way. I feel like. Oh yeah, let me show this page too one more time, guys. This will show you the trash that we're talking about here. Hold on. This woman, her name has came up in every case that I have covered in the Fredericktown scenario. Okay. Every case. Timmy D's, Durante Martin, this case, and more. That is Bobby Jean Boone. Okay. She's been in everything. Everything.
And I would like to speak with her. Maybe she'll come up on your panel, or even on my channel if that's what she will do. But I'd like to speak to some of these people.
Me too. That's what this is all about. I want to know, like, you have answers to these questions? Come on. I'll give you a platform to clear your name. If you think you're innocent of these issues, come on, Bobby, come up here and talk to me. You know what I mean?
That's exactly how I was with the Festus cult. I invited them to come up on panel, but nobody had anything to say.
Of course not. Of course not. So there she is, folks. I want the whole world to see her. I've looked at 4 cases in Fredericktown. This woman's face and name has been involved in every single one of them in some form. Does that make sense to anybody? I want to know why. Who are you?
I want to know what she does. What does she do for a living, and what does she do to know all of these people and to know every victim that has lost their life?
She's in jail right now as we speak, according to Bling, and she spent 11 years in prison in Texas.
Yeah, but then she'll get right back out here in Missouri. She'll get right back out.
She'll do it again and keep whatever she's doing. God, she's got a record longer than I can even explain to you. But how does she keep having involvement in all these deaths and all these situations? That's what I got issues with. Like you said, who are you and who are you involved with that you can do these things? No, it's enough already, in my opinion. We need to do something. I personally want to call the Department of Justice. I don't know if it's going to do any good, because she said she's already reached out to the Attorney General's office, as I'm sure Barbara has reached out to the Attorney General's office. And I'm sure that Kimberly has reached out to the Attorney General's office. Okay. Nothing's being done. The governor doesn't want nothing to do with this, obviously. So we got to go above him. I don't even know. I don't even know what to do at this point, but it's got to be enough. Okay. It's got to stop. It's got to be over with. Yes, absolutely, Marion. Justice for Timmy D's, 100%.
And it's so sad to listen to these moms, and they're heartbroken, even with how long it's been, and they still fight, and they're there for one another. And that right there shows me there are so many good people left, and that's great, because I was losing faith in humanity before meeting Barb and Karen. They're amazing. They're amazing people. Just amazing.
100%. And you know what it is? And that's the thing. Like Karen said earlier, this is their hometown for some of these people. They were born and raised in this town. They know everybody, and this is the treatment they're getting. Within, with what's going on in their lives. Like, that doesn't work that way, guys. It doesn't work that way at all, in my opinion. It shouldn't work that way. A lot of the people that I'm seeing in here, they do have arrests for trafficking in drugs, poaching. What the hell is this? Cape Girardeau. Oh, there's somebody else missing right now. Here's another one. we had somebody that went missing in Fredericktown by the name of Jason Blair. He's from Illinois. Guess what? They found him August 12th, dead. Again, another one they found deceased. Here we are, once again.
Well,
I think Miss Clark,
Washington County has the John I'd have to look up the last name. It's kind of hard to pronounce. Alacoba or something like that. And because he has a record of and some drug charges, we've heard nothing about that. That's been over a year. They put out that he was missing. Not one update. We have no idea if he was found, if he wasn't found. Nothing.
100%. 100%. Ah, her protection's over. Who is Bobby Boone's father? Do we know that, Matahari? That might help us see something. He's deceased. Okay, but no, I know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying, guys. I'll expose every bit of this if I have to. I don't care. I don't care. There's got to be justice somewhere within here. You know what I mean? Let me see something here. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know if you even knew about this one, Doodle. All right, let's see what we got here. Throw this up there. Thank you, Bling, or Matahari. I like that name, by the way. You're absolutely welcome, Marion. It's the least that I can do. Missing Southern Illinois man found dead in Missouri. Johnson County, Illinois. The body of a missing Southern Illinois man has been found in Missouri. Jason Blair, 43, was last seen alive Thursday, August 18th, walking along a road north of Fredericktown, Missouri. Authorities say Blair had a medical condition and relied on several prescriptions. Cause of death has not been determined. Surprise. I'm sure what the first thing they're going to say is there's no foul play. There he is, right there. I understand, Marion. I don't know how. I would be scared to live there. Are you still here, Doodle?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I'd be scared to live there. So this man's from another state, ended up here, and he ended up dead. Okay, I don't. What? There's no words for this anymore.
I know they had a body wash up from the Mississippi River in St. John, I believe, that was a man from St. Louis. And it's like, how in the world? I mean, I get maybe the river, but wow.
It's getting to be like it's too much, Doodle, in my opinion. And it just keeps happening and keeps happening. And there's no answers coming from law enforcement for this. That's the problem. 1 second here. Here it is. Hold on. Yeah, this is it. This is the story. And this is not in regards to Karen's story, but this goes along with something going on in this county. Capital in Missouri, Jefferson City, going to the okay, Marion. There you go. All right, so here we go with this one.
Lanier by Neuromod Devices uses dual mode stimulation to soothe tinnitus. Lanier combines sound.
We're going to switch gears. A Southern Illinois man who disappeared in Southeast Missouri has now been found today, according to Madison County 911 dispatch. The man's identified as 43-year-old Jason Blair. His dog was found alive and turned over to the family. Blair is from Johnson County, Illinois, and he reportedly left there Wednesday and was last seen walking with his dog along Route 00 in Fredericktown Thursday night. Authorities were concerned Blair was in danger because he relied on several medications. It's not really clear who found him nor what caused his death. An investigation is ongoing. The Trigg County.
It's not having.
Why did he go from Illinois to Missouri?
And what's in Madison County for him?
Thank you.
We'd almost have to look back and see if he has any kind of charges prior for
Yeah.
drug activity, because like I said, all these little counties, it's just drugs. It's so much.
I had to wonder, was this a oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? Was this guy transporting stuff from Illinois, from Chicago or Illinois to this small little town to do what they needed to do?
It's
And
possible.
I'll tell you right now, locally here, I know for an absolute fact, because I know somebody that was arrested on drug charges that would bring things back from Chicago to this area, specific things, and got caught. Okay.
The main drugs around this area are pills, fentanyl, and meth.
There you go. There you go. Okay. That's all I'm saying. So it all kind of falls in place to me. I got goosebumps thinking about what she said in the very beginning about what Doug heard and then what that sheriff said. Bring his teeth back to me.
You know, if that's not the good old boy system, I mean, seriously, bring me his teeth. Are you kidding me? What's next? You know, you got a purty mouth. Let's be real here.
Honey, that's the only way to identify people at some point. You know that.
Yeah, terrible. I mean, what the hell? They act like they're untouchable. And at this point, they may be. Nothing is working. Nothing's working.
They have been so far. That's the problem. And that's what we need to stop at this point, you guys. We need to stop. Okay. Blink says, I've been looking into all things Missouri since I started helping with Timmy's case 2.5. Wow. And I thank you for that. I have to call you Bling because I'm used to calling you that.
Is that Bling? That's Bling Matahari is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Matahari. But yeah, we appreciate you very much. I'm glad that you're in here with this too. I think if we all work together, maybe we can bring enough awareness to this that it will stop it or shut it, or at least it brings somebody else's attention to this and go, hey, what the hell's going on over here? You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Matahari, very much so. The more it takes a village. We know that to do everything and anything in these days, especially something like this, when nothing is being done, when nobody can be trusted at this point. Have you checked on Karen, make sure she's okay?
I've messaged her and she hasn't responded.
Maybe,
but, I mean,
maybe her devices went dead or something.
Yeah, she did have kind of an echo, a little static before, so maybe that's it.
Kind of what I'm thinking at this point.
But I'm glad she got out the majority of it. She didn't, of course, serve any time, and they dropped the charges. But that's only because the kid actually said, "Hey, she did not stalk me. You know, she didn't try to hold me against my will."
Well, here,
she would have been in jail.
Let's go back a little bit, you guys. Somebody tried to burn this woman's house to the ground 4 months after what happened to her son happened.
They did it. They burnt it down.
Yeah. And that's some scary stuff. Like, basically, to me, what that is shut your mouth and leave this alone. Okay, that's how that looks to me. Obviously,
and of all times, Thanksgiving, the first Thanksgiving without her son.
Right.
Well, it would have been her second, but still, it was a year, and it was Thanksgiving, and they had to what? What else can they take from her? They need to watch that because they push somebody to where they have nothing left to lose. Things could end up bad. They should be thankful she's such a wonderful woman.
Thank you. Is Miss Barbara still in here?
I think she said that it kind of shakes her up a bit, so I think she stepped out. She kind of listens back and forth.
Okay, because if Miss Barbara was in here, I was going to invite her up as well. Because again, guys, for those of you that are newer here that weren't here when I did Miss Barbara, we covered her son's case. How long ago was that, Doodle? Do you remember now?
Just roughly a few months. Yeah, just a few months ago.
Yeah, it's about 6. I'll just say about 6 months or so ago. And it's a horrible situation as well. Timmy D's. Go back and look at my videos. Again, Arctic Fox. You guys know Arctic very well. I was wondering where he was today. You guys know him very well. He covered and helped Miss Barbara through that whole scenario too. So Arctic has been on the whole Missouri thing for a while too. So there's me, there's Doodle, there's Arctic, there's a few other creators that are out here doing this. In fact, what I'm going to do now, guys, since Miss Karen dropped off here, I'm going to show you guys something. Another creator has put out. We have permission already. We've told her that we may very possibly use some of this stuff. I want to show you this. How do you spell that? A little bit. S-A. Oh no, that's not it. The one we talked about earlier. What was her name again? Shoot. Let me do it this way.
Do you mean the creator?
Yeah.
It's Synova Cantrell. Synova Cantrell. She does amazing work. I mean, amazing.
She did a very good job on this.
Yes. Everything she's done so far, it's like, wow, there's no way I could do that. She's amazing.
No, she's done a great job. Give me a minute here. Let me find her. Here she is. Now let's see.
Barbara said that she doesn't want to come up. She doesn't want to, take away from Doug.
Oh, no. Absolutely. I understood. I wanted to give her, anybody that's in here on this, the ability to speak on things too as well. That's all. Of course, yeah. Because they have supported each other completely.
Yeah, they do. They do. They're amazing together.
100%. So, and Sonova has covered Durante as well, Timmy D's as well. Where is Doug's case here? Hold on a minute. The Dixie Mafia. Sounds about right. Give me a minute here. I'm about to put this out there like wide and loud, but just the name. So I want you guys to hear another creator's side to this as well. Here we go. Bingo.
And if you guys would like to sub to her, I'll share the link in chat.
Please do, yes. Miss Karen has gone and interviewed with Sonova as well. But we're going to go into this. And I want you guys to hear this way too, okay? Every bit of it that you can hear. And please go, if we can put Sonova's link in the chat, please, like Doodle said, go subscribe. Check out her videos because she's covered the same exact cases I have. She does an amazing job. There's the link. Thank you, Doodle, right there. She got a cool hat too. I love that hat.
She's beautiful.
Yes, she is very much so. All right, guys, let's check this out here while we're waiting, or to go along with what we've done. And also, Mr. Steve from the True Crime Foundation has been behind a lot of this stuff as well and helping with investigations with this. The Lawless Files. Thank you, Marianne, for the podcast. The Lawless Files, 100%. There's a lot of people that are looking at this stuff going, it's time to shut this down. And there's problems here. So thank you to everybody that has done this and that has covered it.
Hi, guys. Welcome to True Crime Tuesdays. I'm your host, Sonova Cantrell. I've got two of my good research assistants on the line. I've got Tammy. How are you?
I'm good.
I'm glad. Cricket. I've got crime writer and fellow advocate Cricket. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. I just looked up and realized, oh man, it's already 7 o'clock. So I'm going to share this real quick because for some reason it wouldn't let me go live on my group without physically sharing it. So I'm going to share it to the group and we're going to get started with that. So, okay. All right. So we are live. Today we are going to be talking about Doug Teal. He was a 19-year-old kid that was killed just outside of Fredericktown, Missouri. If you guys have been following me for a while, you noticed that this is several cases that we have covered from Fredericktown, Missouri. And so this is just one more odd case from this area that makes you question what's going on. Now, his body was laid out across the road and strategically, so it would be hit at 3:30 in the morning on July 15th, 2010. The coroner at first said that he believed that Doug was dead before the car ever hit him. And then eventually all the stories started changing. So that is what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to
So that statement within itself, that statement alone, right then and there, that he believed that Doug was deceased before the car ever hit him. What explanation is there for that? Somebody did something to him. Okay, there's just no two ways to look at that. He didn't do anything to himself. Okay, somebody did something to him, and as we've seen, almost like, in my opinion, along the lines of the Noah Presgrove case, somebody did something to him and then put him there to make it look like that was what happened to him. No, folks, it doesn't work that way. We're not dumb enough to believe that kind of thing, and we're not going to sit and stand for all of that. Period. That's just not how it's going to work. Okay. There's Arctic's link, guys. And Arctic, like I said, Arctic's all about this stuff as well. He's followed and covered these cases as well. There's quite a few of us within this group of people. I would love to have a conversation with Sonova as well. I've watched her stuff. We don't talk, but I've watched her stuff and I support her as well.
She's really good about like coming up on panel and you guys talking together. So maybe invite her sometime. She's great with that.
I'm thinking about maybe if I reaching out to her to see if she would want to come on.
She will. She's amazing.
And have a generalized conversation about Fredericktown, not just the single cases, but the whole area with everything combined. I think it'd be a good show.
Yeah, she has a Facebook page, and I think that would be great. You guys together would be awesome.
Absolutely. I'm down for that 100%. I've been thinking about that for a couple hours now, so yes.
Stall for a few minutes till we can get some people signed on. Of course, if you haven't already, make sure and check out Bones Coffee. I am drinking the French vanilla flavor. Bones Coffee is my affiliate link. It'll be in the show notes. Make sure and check it out. Every time you buy coffee through my affiliate link, it helps us make more videos. So make sure and check out Bones Coffee. Let's see. Kat says, I'm here. Hi, Kat. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. So we are trying to go over this series of cases that are, it's just disturbing. If you want to know the truth, it's just disturbing. There's no other way to say it other than it's disturbing. To see how many cases there are. Okay, so it looks like in my video description, I did.
Doodle, I'm going to step out back here real quick and refill my cup. If you don't mind holding it down while this is playing, I'll be right back.
Sure.
All right, hon. Thank you.
Did not put the link to the affiliate. So I'm going to put it in the comments. And if you guys want to check out the coffee and help me make more videos, I will appreciate it. And I'll say thanks in advance. Venus is signed on. Hello, Venus. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I so very much appreciate all of your support. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Venus is one of those that stuck with me even when I stepped away from true crime for a while and went into life coaching for victims, family members, and things. Sorry, I'm trying to share it everywhere, and now it's trying to pop up here. Okay, so all right, I appreciate you, Venus. Venus has stuck with me even when I was doing life coaching for victims, family members, and is still one of my biggest supporters now that I'm back to true crime. I very, very much appreciate it so very much. I lost so many people, and it's nice to have somebody that's still standing with me. I appreciate that. And Cricket is another one of them. Thank you, Cricket. So, okay, I'm going to, if you're on the line, I've got a number of how many people are watching, but I don't get names. So make sure and if you make a comment, make sure and maybe type your name into the comment so I can see who it is. Because half the time, StreamYard just says Facebook user. So I'm like, okay. Kat says, I stayed the whole time too. That's right, you did. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As I said, this one's iced, so I really enjoy the iced. Do you girls drink the iced Bones coffee?
I'm not a coffee drinker, but my husband did like the Cinnabon.
He got the Cinnabon kind. Did he like it? Okay.
Yeah, and he don't normally drink flavored coffee, but he actually did like it.
Yeah, he surprised me. I didn't think when he said that Sunday, he said he had tried it. I'm like, I didn't think he was the type for flavored coffee.
That actually sounds good, Cinnabon.
Kat says, I drink decaf due to anxiety. Kat, they do have decaf coffee available, so if you want to check that out. Now, Cricket, you've tried a couple flavors. Didn't you try what was the first one we tried? Irish cream or something like that?
Yeah, actually, I'm drinking Irish cream right now.
Yeah, I like it. I like it hot in the mornings, but then in the evenings, I tend to drink it over ice, and it makes it taste good. So, okay, our numbers are starting to boost up, so we'll go ahead and get started. I know everybody's here to hear about the true crime story, not necessarily their coffee, but I do appreciate it when you guys use my links, because that helps me make more videos.
Yeah.
Okay,
coffee and crime go together.
Especially Bones Coffee. I'm like, what? I mean, that's the perfect affiliate. Bones Coffee. Venus says, I like the coffee my sister brought me from Costa Rica. I bet that's good. I bet that's good. Okay, so we are talking about another case from Fredericktown, Missouri. We have talked about the disturbing case of Durante Martin, who they said committed suicide in the attic of this white supremacist house. This man puts all these white supremacist sayings and things on Facebook, but then says he's not a white supremacist. When a black boy comes to his house to his daughter's party and then all of a sudden ends up dead in the attic, all of that's suspicious. You'll have to look at that case because there's so many details. Then you have Timmy Dees, who all of a sudden called 911 and said that his friend was chasing him and he was afraid for his life. And then the police officer gets on scene, doesn't even look for Timmy Dees, finds somebody else there that has a warrant out for their arrest, arrests them, and forgets about Timmy Dees. And then they find Timmy Dees' body a few months later, 200 yards away. And they said, oh, well, he must have just laid down in the field and died for no random reason. So you've got all of these cases stacking up where law enforcement in this area have either just dismissed the case or they seem to label it. They like to mislabel things and maybe just take the easiest way out. Well, they did this to themselves, so we don't have to investigate, or it has something to do with the drug community, so they'll take care of themselves. And, we've heard this over and over again. And so here's another case out of the same area that is just as disturbing. The details are a little bit different than the other cases. But again, it's a case that seems like there's too many questions for it to not be investigated. And so Douglas Teel was 19 years old. He was still in high school, but he also had a job. He was a salesman. He sold these knife kits, and he was doing pretty good. It was one of those pyramid scheme type things that you start selling a product and you get your friends signed up underneath you, and then you get a commission off of their products and their sales too. And so he was doing pretty good. And as of July 15th, 2010, he had just come from a party basically that was held in his honor because he had done so well with his sales that his company had a party, a little get together at Applebee's to give him some awards and to give him a promotion and all these things because he was doing really well. And so he ended up at a friend's house later that night, where he was there and they had dropped off other people, and there's a whole rigmarole of things that they did before, but basically somewhere between 12:30 and 1:30, because the reports are different, they arrived at this person's house. And this Anderson's, we'll call him Mr. Anderson's house. And it was kind of an odd story. Anderson was supposed to take Douglas on home. And instead of doing that, he claimed he didn't have enough gas. There was something wrong with his gas tank, and he didn't think he could make it to the 4 to 6 miles to Doug's house. And there was a little bit of an argument ensued with Anderson and some of the people that were at his house. And finally, Doug just said, "Screw it! I'll walk myself home. You know, it's not that big a deal." He had a vehicle that he shared with other family members, and at this point he didn't have it, but he was used to walking the 4 to 6 miles into town all the time, so it wasn't that big a deal to him. So he decided he was going to walk home in the wee hours of the morning. So according to some phone records and text messages, he left Anderson's house at approximately 1:47 a.m. and he started heading home. Now, according to law enforcement, it was a 4.4 mile walk. According to Google Maps, it is closer to 6 miles. Either way, he should have been home within an hour and a half to 2 hours at the most, just at a leisurely walking pace. He should have been home by 3:30. Unfortunately, by 3:30 in the morning, he is unconscious or dead. We're not sure, either one. He is laying in the street. Looks like someone had laid him out perfectly in the lane so he could get run over. He was not awake. He was not walking along the side of the road and a car wasn't paying attention and hit him. He didn't step out in front of the road, nothing. He was laid in the road. He was laid out in the road, and a car hit him approximately 3:30 in the morning. Now, this woman wasn't sure what she hit. It was really foggy. Her boyfriend was in a hurry. She was trying to get him to a meeting place so he could catch his.
Now, this is going to sound exactly the same as what you guys have already heard. I just want you to hear it from somebody else that maybe missed a detail I said or added something, or just so you guys hear surround sound, okay? Not to mention what Miss Karen said, okay? That's important for me. So that you guys know that there's two different creators coming from two different sides of things that are saying the same story, period. So, again, guys, please, if you will, please just think about going over to Sonova's channel, subscribing, and checking out her stuff on Durante, Timmy D's, these as well. That's all I'm saying. Please, if you will.
His carpool ride to St. Louis to work. He convinced her that it was a deer. She wasn't sure. She drove on, which she probably shouldn't have done that, but she drove on and dropped him off at the place where he was going to meet up with his carpool ride. And then she came back, and within that few minutes she came back, she noticed, yes, it was a body. Unfortunately, this area, it was hard to get cell phone signal, so she drove on to her house, which was only a couple miles away. And then she called the police at 4:03. There was another call they said came in at 4:06, and police were on scene by 4:08, according to some reports. Now, they said that the only thing, what happened when she came upon this scene, she jerked real hard to the left because she was trying to avoid the body. She ended up, her tire did hit Douglas's head. And but she swears that's all she hit. She didn't run over the center of him. Now, that's very important because later we're going to find out some very suspicious details about that. But in this whole concept, you would think that law enforcement would want to find out what happened to this boy. They would want to find out, was he dead before he got there? Why would he be laying in the road? It takes, at one point, law enforcement told this grieving mother that perhaps he just was tired and he lay down and fell asleep in the middle of the road. And we're talking, he was laying across the lane. He wasn't laying long ways. He was laying right across the lane. So you were going to have to run over part of him. You couldn't get around him. And so I am telling you one thing, it takes a lot of grit. if you were going, one person said, well, maybe he wanted to end it all, and that's the way he was going to do it. It takes a lot of grit to lay there and watch the car come at you, and not try to move. So I don't think that was a possibility. But she also said that when she jerked the car to.
Let me ask you something, Doodle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Let me ask you something. How far from where this happened would it be for county to dispatch or county to respond to that area if they were at the station per se?
Not long.
So it's pretty close to that area.
Yeah, and it also depends on if they have a deputy out and about near that area.
Right.
But from
Okay.
the station, yeah, it's not too far.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm just curious as for response time and stuff like that because Molly's statement there too. But okay, there we go. What are you talking about? Gold medals, Walt? What do you mean? Where are your gold? I don't have any gold medals. What do you mean? What the heck? Always, you confuse me sometimes, my friend. Say stuff, sir, that makes my brain go little. You know what I mean?
To the left, that she avoided the rest of him. So when we get to the autopsy, we're going to find that there's a whole lot of internal damage to this body, and yet there was nothing visible, and the car didn't hit him there. So we're going to find out that there's some very suspicious things. And then, of course, we're talking about Fredericktown. And it seems like law enforcement there have no qualms about talking trash to the parents. They don't seem to have any empathy to these family members, and you get these family members who come away telling these horrendous stories of how they were mistreated by law enforcement. And so I'm gonna stop the overall, the overview there, and we can start the discussion. Cricket, what is the let's go over, first of all, when you hear hit and.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Walt. I see him. I don't have any. I'm just not that good. That's all. She's better. That's all. Yeah, I just now saw it. I got you all. I don't have them yet.
Did you forget to hit?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, that's okay. I thought you forgot to hit play.
No, it's okay.
A person was hit by a car. What is the first, concept that you come up with? What's the first idea you have? How could this happen? What's the first thing you think of?
If he were drunk and stumbling into the street, or even walking across the street, not paying attention to his surroundings because it was dark. We've heard that a lot, dark, foggy. But to lay down in the street, absolutely not. I've never even heard of anybody really hyped up on drugs that just lay down in the street.
I have heard of it. One person who was hyped up on drugs and came down off their psych medicine at the same time. And he stood in the middle of the street because he said the cops were coming. He called the cops because he was losing his mind, and he stood in the middle of the street because in his manic state, he felt like they couldn't see him.
Right.
And so he was standing on the yellow line, like, they can't miss me here, which doesn't make any sense. But he was in a manic episode. He was on drugs and he had come off of his psych meds at the same time. And so he was.
That's a double. Okay. Yeah.
So, but even in that state, he didn't lay down in the middle of the road.
Exactly.
And
I question too, why is the sheriff at the scene?
Well, I think that's because it's a small town and there wasn't a lot of options. They did make a big thing. Well, why did the sheriff come and not some of the other people. But you're talking a small town, a small county. They may have had other things, going on, and the sheriff was the only one available. So
Right.
that's not all that suspicious to me.
Yeah, but him putting his opinion out there because he's not a coroner.
Yeah.
So for him
See,
to
that's
say
not-
what he said to, that just baffles me. Like,
Well, see, I don't think you're allowed to say stuff like that until there is a full and thorough investigation done, until after the medical examiner or the coroner does the autopsy or whatnot, to be able to say, well, it looks like it was this, without having that knowledge. You can't do that. It's just not how it works, folks, period. That's the other problem with this whole thing. 3.5 hours, they went from the scene of the crime, or whatever this was, a crime I'm going to call it, to the front porch, to Karen's front porch, and said, this is what happened. You don't know that. There's no autopsy results back. There's no toxicology results back. Even if they had preliminary results on the toxicology, it's not enough to state exactly what's going on. Why would you walk up on that person's front porch and say that to her? Problem. Big problem. No, this is one of Karen's investigators that have looked into this for her, researchers, whatever you want to call them, that has pulled this information for her. Like Doodle or Molly or somebody like that in here.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well,
That's
and
not your job.
most of the time,
exactly. When you talk to law enforcement, they're very tight-lipped. They won't give you their opinion. They won't tell you what they think. They're going to keep it close until they get the evidence and the okay to say something. So for them to just come, and we'll talk about that in a second, for them to just come and tell the mother what they think without any evidence, without any, that in itself is unprofessional. So, to find all that is to me is disturbing. So basically what happened is we have. You also think, well, maybe like you said, maybe he was drunk, maybe he was tired. They had a toxicology report done, and that tox report said that he was clean, he wasn't drunk, he wasn't doped up on anything. There was a slight trace of marijuana in his system. All of that was all that was in his system. There was nothing else. So that is, that's all there was. He wasn't high on anything. He wasn't drunk out of his mind. He
We
wasn't.
have a bad echo there, though.
Down the road. Venus had a comment here. I'm going to read it.
Sorry.
Just an interesting idea. I don't think that's what happened, but we're trying to come up with reasons why this boy would be in the road. And once we come up with all these reasons, then we'll see which one matches the evidence. I
wonder too, with so many cases out there where they put drugs as a possible reasoning. Now they couldn't do that with Douglas because
right. It seems like if there's drugs involved in any way, they think they can write it off and they don't have to do anything. Well, this one, they can't even use that as an excuse.
Or they would have.
I wonder if it was some sort of basically wonder if it was some sort of childish game, like a I dare you type of thing. And that could be something because teenagers always come up with stupid things to do like that. But in this case, again, if he was conscious and he seen the car coming, he would have moved. Barbara signed on. Thank you, Barbara. And Marianne signed on. Thank you for signing on. So basically, we're trying to come up with legitimate concepts of how this boy could be in the road, and none of them fit the narrative of this story. Tammy, I haven't heard much from you. Do you have any? Can you think of a logical explanation of why this boy would have laid down in the road?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you for being here. Appreciate the subscription. And thank you for becoming part of the community and the family. We appreciate you so much.
I cannot.
See, to me, anybody that's level-headed, that's their answer.
Yeah, and that's it exactly, level-headed. There was only one case that I've been on where the woman, and there was an issue with her brain, She pretty much just stopped where she was. She sprained her ankle, we believe, and just sat there in the elements, you know.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah.
situations,
Yeah.
I can understand that, but not
Yeah.
in this situation.
Well, we've got a 19-year-old, very athletic boy who is doing well in his job, who's got a new girlfriend, who is, you know, getting close to finishing high school, who's starting to get life together. He doesn't have any, there's no signs of any major mental health issues. There's no, you know, he's not, you know, schizophrenic or something that would make him think on a skewed plane. There's nothing like that in this case. You've got a boy who's very, you know, sociable, and girls seem to kind of gravitate to him, and we think that that's going to be part in this. But basically, we have the witness statement of the woman driving the car and the man that was in the car with her that said she swerved real hard to the left and her tire hit the man's head. She did not hit the body. Okay. So we have that as a witness statement. Then we have the witness statement of the coroner. As he was doing the autopsy, he noted that the external view of the body, there was no trauma to the outside of the body. So it didn't look like from the neck down. Of course, the head was, you know, we won't get into the details because I'm sure the mother would probably watch this, but the head's basically nothing left. But from the neck down, the body looked fine. And so this was especially noted in the autopsy. So we're going to come into dig into that a little bit, and we're going to find out, well, if that's the case, why do we have all these internal injuries? And we're going to go into that now. If you go and you read through the autopsy report, you'll find that he had a mid-sternal fracture, which to me, that could have two options there. He was hit extremely hard in the chest, could break your sternum there. But that could also happen from his head jerking back violently under the car. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it something else other than the car. But that's not all that's wrong. So he's got 3 broken ribs. His ribs weren't hit by the car, so they shouldn't be broken. He's got scattered pulmonary contusions along the right side. Scattered meaning he took more than one hit. Okay. It wasn't just one, it was a scattered pattern. So, you know, that is, you know, could be in line with someone's fist, someone's knuckles. He had liver lacerations. His left kidney was lacerations. He had multiple lacerations to his spleen, and he had a hemorrhage near the heart. And then we go into, and it gives you details, but total, I'm not going to go into all the details, but total, you've got 3, 4, 5, 600 milliliters of internal bleeding. Okay. So this is where, when I was talking with, you know, my team on the phone before we get on the videos, we kind of discuss things. To me, this is the open and shut of the case. This is the smoking gun that should make the police stand up and investigate something. Your heart does not keep beating. As soon as you're brain dead, your heart's dead too. Okay. That's the reason why they have different machines, you know, running your lungs, running your heart, running all this when you're on life support. The reason being is as soon as your brain goes down, as soon as it goes dark, your heart and your lungs stop, because your subconscious is what keeps them going. So we're not like chickens that you can, you know, behead a chicken and it runs around for 2 or 3 minutes before it realizes it's gone. We're not built that way. Our anatomy is completely different. When you go brain dead, your heart stops instantly. This boy bled internally for a good deal of time to get 600 milliliters of fluid in his chest cavity. Okay. He had 600 milliliters of fluid in his chest cavity. That means he was bleeding internally for a good long while before he was hit by the car. So to me, that's the smoking gun. That's the end of the story, you know. But we're going to get into all kinds of rumor mills. We're going to get into all kinds of conspiracy theories. This poor mother's house is going to burn down when she pitches too much of a fit. You know, we've got a whole lot more story to tell. And to me, the story's over here. You know, we are 10, 15 minutes into the show, 30 minutes into the show. And to me, that should be it. We should be done, because this proves to me, and should prove to anybody that has a logical thinking mind, if this boy was bleeding internally for a good deal of time before he was hit by the car, then that tells me something was wrong with him. He did not put himself into the road. Somebody else did. And so I don't know, girls, what's your opinion on it? You think I'm off track here? Or do you think I'm crazy? Do you think that he should have bled internally after he was hit by the car? Do you
No,
think
you're
I'm
not.
wrong?
No, you're not wrong. And I mean, the simple fact that, initially they could have thought, okay, hit and run. But once the injuries do not add up, investigation needs to begin. And that's what never happened.
That's exactly
Right.
what I was going to say. It warrants an investigation. I mean,
Well, to me, it seems like, well, that doesn't really make sense. We have spent a good deal of time, even being kind of facetious and goofy, coming up with all kinds of different scenarios of why this boy would end up in the road. Okay. None of them fit the narrative. And then we come up with this evidence of the autopsy, and that doesn't fit anything. So to me, that should wipe all of those theories off the board. And the only logical explanation was that man was placed there to cover up something else. And to me, that's the smoking gun. But
Yes.
then we're gonna jump into some timelines. We're gonna jump into some different things here. But by 7:20 the next morning, the coroner and the law officers were on the porch of Karen, his mother, Doug's mother. And the deal with that is the coroner said that he believed Doug was dead before he was hit by the car. Okay. He said this standing on the front porch of the mother before he ever did an autopsy. So whether there's a conspiracy there or not, that is not professional. Okay. You should not tell the mother that you think he was dead before he was hit by the car.
You know what, Madhari? That's it right there. These people, this stuff has been allowed to have been gotten away with for so long that they're that comfortable with and telling these stories now that people just are to accept it and not question it. Well, guess what? Meet me, meet Sonova, meet the families of these people that are sick of this shit. And it's going to stop. Okay. It's got to stop. And people can't just sit here and accept these ridiculous answers to these questions and these ridiculous standards. I mean, it's ridiculous. We need to raise above this at this point and have way higher standards, and they should be expected to begin with. Anytime anyone's loved one passes on due to weird circumstance of any case whatsoever, it's enough. As I've said again and again, it's enough.
Before you know that, okay? Before you look into the autopsy to prove that. Okay, so I believe he's telling the truth, and I believe just by looking at the body, he probably figured that out. But you shouldn't say that. That's not professional behavior until you get the evidence. So he says this. And then also, immediately, the law officer that's with him says, yes, he's dead, but there was no foul play involved. You don't know that yet. Now, if she had said, we don't think there was foul play involved, that's one thing. But she said there was no foul play involved. And
We have
either
an
way,
echo again,
not
Dago.
professional behavior. You need to say,
We have an echo again.
Sorry, you guys.
It's okay.
Mute this.
yes, we know he's deceased. We don't know what happened for sure. It looks like he's been hit by a car. We don't think foul play is involved. We are investigating. We have some questions for you. We don't know what to tell you yet. We don't have the answers. We will let you know as soon as we find out. An autopsy will tell us more. All of these things are standard responses that this mother did not receive from these law officers and officials that should have at least waited until they got evidence before they started spouting off their opinions. Okay. We'll go through the call logs. Do you have anything to say about that, Tammy, about what they said on the porch before we move on?
Nope. That makes sense.
Well, if you guys ever think I'm wrong on something, just call me out. We'll talk about it, because I'm not one of those arrogant bums that think I know it all. I don't. I have gone over 300 cases, and you have to be pretty mentally challenged to not see patterns of behavior and patterns of evidence and patterns. After 300 cases, you start to kind of learn a few things, or at least
That's exactly it right there. And especially with the cases that both her and I have covered out of Fredericktown, there's too many coincidental scenarios that there's no coincidence with, in my opinion. It's just what it is, okay? You can no longer sit here and say, well, it's just a coincidence. I'm going to have to sit and side-eye you if you say that. I'm just saying, folks, I'm sorry.
I'd hope you think so. Okay. At 1:47, there was a call from Doug to his girlfriend at the time. They talked for about 10 minutes. He said about 1:45, 1:47 that he was leaving George's house. She could hear the argument in the background, and he's like, "I'm not dealing with it. I'm just leaving." So at 1:47 or so, he's taking out from George's house. Now at 1:58 is the last text message to the girlfriend. She said that they talked for about 10 minutes, and then he said his phone was dying, and so he said he could text, but he couldn't talk on the phone. He was trying to conserve his battery. So at 1:58 was the last time he texted back and forth to his girlfriend. At 1:57, he got a text message from Anderson's phone saying, "Hey man, I'm sorry, I blew up," trying to smooth things over basically. And then immediately Doug says, "Hey, that's fine, no worries. But can you get my stuff back to me?" Because he left his stuff in Anderson's car. And so Anderson goes ahead and messages him 2 or 3 more times over the next 20, 30 minutes, but he never gets a response back. So the last time Doug responded, or that we think it was him responding with his phone, was at 1:57. Okay, so basically he had been walking for 10 minutes, and then there was no more response from his phone, from him that we know of. So basically close to 2:00 to 3:30. We've got an hour and a half timeline here that everything goes dark. We don't know specifically what was going on for Doug. He should have had a fairly straight shot to get home. He would go one way for a certain amount, and then he would turn once, and then he would finish the rest of his walk on that highway, and he should have been home. Like I said, there's a discrepancy. It's either 4.4 miles or right at 6 miles. Either way, by 3:30 in the morning, he should either been all the way home, or he should have been within, half a mile or so from home. Instead, at 3:30, his body is laid out across Highway 72, and he is hit in the road at 3:30. And where his body is hit, it's still 3 full miles from his house. So by 3:30, he should have been a whole lot closer to home. So something happened to him at the 3-mile marker. So what do we know at the 3-mile marker? Something happened. We don't know if somebody tried to pick him up and beat him up and then throw him out there. We don't know if somebody beat him up on the side of the road and threw him out there. There was a theory that he was driven around to here and to there, and was beaten here and beaten there, and was making a symbol out of him, because he had there was a argument over a girl, and they were going to make a big symbol out of him. You have to be careful when you start to get into the rumor mill. And this is something that I've gotten some hate from people. But trust me, I have run into people that mean well, but they don't actually have anything to say. They have a story that they've heard from so-and-so, and that little story was twisted a little bit from the so-and-so that they heard, and it may have gone through 15 people, and who knows how many of those people were doing drugs at the time, and yet all of a sudden now it's come through the rumor mill and it's supposed to be true. So when it comes to the rumor mill, you really have to put your logic into it and see if it makes sense. Okay. Not that I think that people would necessarily outright lie and say, I saw this when they didn't, but it could be something more unintentional. Like so-and-so said, did you see him at the party? I thought I did. Maybe. And then you think, well, maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe that, I don't know. Okay. So you really got to listen to the rumor mill, but you can't take it all as 100% fact. Okay. Here's the question that I put up when it comes to they picked him up, they drove him around for 2 hours, beaten him senseless, and then threw him out beside the road. I have a hard time believing that, because, and this is just me from an investigative standpoint, that doesn't fit in the timeline. Okay. From the time he left Anderson's house to the time he was hit was only an hour and a half. Okay. So we only have an hour and a half of time to fill. Now, do I believe that he was beaten in that time and laid out on the road? Yes. Do I believe he was driven all over town and beaten over and over again to make some kind of scene, make some kind of example out of him? I don't think so. Because how could they have gone to all of these several spots? Okay, they went to so-and-so's house, they went to this place, they went to that place, they beat him some more here, and they beat him some more there, and then they beat him here. And then they just kept him alive so they could beat him some more. How do they do all of that and then lay him out on the highway, all in the same time frame of when he should have been able to make it home? Okay, so did they drop by one person's house and beat the snot out of him there? Maybe. They may have dropped by somebody's house, but did they take him all over town, making an example out of him? That sounds a little bit fantastic. All of these stories, they get twisted into some, a fantasy type thing. And when you get into conspiracies, and hey, I love a good conspiracy. I'm conspiracy theory junk is like my junk food, you know. I'm like, "Ee," you know, so I would love to jump down that rabbit hole. But when you're trying to investigate cold cases, you've got to try to hold that tinfoil hat and put it to the side and try to think in your fedora instead of your tinfoil hat. So do I think that he was beaten unmercifully? Yes. Do I think he was driven around for 2 hours and taken all over town to make an example of him? Probably not. Okay. He may have been taken to a place or two and then dropped off, but I do not believe he was taken all over town. Okay. So does that sound logical, Tammy? I mean, or is it just me?
It sounds logical. I'm wondering why someone else didn't give him a ride home. You know, there were several people at the party.
Right.
Someone
So
could
there
have
would have
given
been
him a
other people
ride.
taking him home. See, to me, and see, that was part of the thing. Doug was known to be somewhat of a ladies' man. The girls liked him, and he didn't have any problems, you know, picking up a girlfriend. And there was one point where there is some known, the mother calls them bullies, around town that are too old to be hanging around with a bunch of teenagers. They're, you know, 10 years older.
And she's referring to Fred Wood and Nicholas. I can't think of his last name right now, but she brought those names up earlier too, for sure. So,
and at one point this older person was dating a teenage girl, and this older person threatened Doug. When she started dating Doug, he started threatening Doug. Okay. Now there is a theory that Anderson actually set him up because Doug is now with the girlfriend that this other person wanted or something. And I wouldn't put it past them. You know, people have been killed for less. I know that sounds terrible, but people have been killed for less. So could there be some drunken fueled, drug fueled, messed up mind that would kill a human being over an ex-girlfriend? Oh yeah, definitely. So to me, that is part of the rumor mill that is somewhat logical that you can take.
And they definitely wanted him to die because they didn't just beat him up and
right. I mean, they were going to finish him off one way or another. You know, and to me, what really is disturbing, and I'm trying not to get too gruesome here. They don't know that he wasn't shot in the head because there wasn't enough left of his head to see if there was a bullet hole in it. You know what I mean? So they're trying to write this off as, well, maybe when an officer says, well, maybe to the mother, well, maybe he just laid down and went to sleep. Why the heck would he do that in the road?
now there is a theory. I thought about this earlier today when I heard the story about the vehicle running over his head. I hate saying things like this, you guys, but it's fact, okay? And there was nothing left. Even Karen came on and said that it was like liquid at that point. You gotta wonder. Just like the Noah Presgrove situation. I swear to God, the things that were done with Noah were completely and purposely done to cover up what was actually done, okay? And guys, I've seen this. I know Doodle knows what I'm talking about. I know Doodle has seen things like this, okay? Law enforcement, fire, EMS have dealt with these things, okay? It happens. It does. So at this point, I gotta wonder. She's absolutely right. It's a very good point she's putting out. He could have been shot in the head. He could have been, blunt force trauma bashed into the head with a rock or a brick or a hammer or something. Laid him in the road, knowing that he's going to get hit by a car. That's going to cover that up. In hopes that it would, in my opinion. Okay. It's a very deep thought that you don't have to go real deep with. That's all I'm saying. So think about that for a minute.
If he was tired, he could lay down in the ditch and go to sleep. You know, why would he go to sleep when he's only got 2 more miles or 3 more miles to the house?
And with this 22-year-old also, I mean, there is major control issues with him over this girl. So, I mean, that alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so to me, it seems like
you can't talk to her, don't look at her, don't sit by her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm sitting here going, this is what I don't get. People want to keep, if this was the case, this girl ended up with Doug.
Welcome back, Miss Karen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome back. Okay.
Yeah, everything just, I mean, I'm not even touching the thing and you guys are back. You just kind of caught me off guard here. When you said my name, I looked over and all of a sudden it's back.
Oh,
I don't know
fun.
what goes on. This runs on it. It's got a mind of its own.
Okay, well, welcome back. I was just going over Sonova's show with about Doug as well, showing some more stuff that she had put out as well. And so, was there any more that you wanted to add to your side of the story?
Let me see. Let me tell you real quick. Also, this is a trailer court, and somebody had told me that all the, I don't know what the deal is, but with all the trailers, that sometimes that seems to happen. I said, well, then they need to, upgrade. This is T-Mobile. I said they need to upgrade or something, and I had better reception when I lived out of town in the weeds.
Possibly, yeah, very possibly, especially if there's metal trailers and stuff like that. Yeah, there could be problems. I agree with that. But that's okay. That's okay. You're here now.
But
again,
I did tell you about getting arrested, right? I don't even remember how far I made it.
You did. You told us about getting arrested, about your house being burnt down.
Okay. And after they arrested me and he said turn off the phones, I really think back now after hearing what went on with all these guys and disappearing and stuff. I bet you I was going to disappear when he said shut off the phone.
That's actually a good point. That does sound interesting. And interestingly close to what could be a possibility. Yes, ma'am.
Then Jeff come walking in and I said, whoops, forgot to tell you. I told my husband. And I mean, he said when he got home, and I wasn't there, he didn't even put his stuff down. He just turned around, got in the car, came up there, and there I was arrested and everything. So, yeah, but it makes me wonder now if, with everything going on, if shut the phones off, because he told me it's a privilege, it's not a law.
Wow. Okay.
It is a law, isn't it? I mean,
I believe it is. Doodle?
I'm sorry. Yeah. You can publicly record anybody.
That's what I thought.
No, but isn't it a law on that they have to give me a phone call?
Oh yeah.
They have to make that initial call. Yes, they have to make the call.
Okay, because he told me shut the phones down, and he never let me make no call.
Wow, you never. Wow.
That's not legal.
Yeah, you get your one phone call. Absolutely.
Not
Some
every-
places will give you more than that.
Yeah, most of them have, and luckily Jeff knew where I was at, and he came and got me, so I didn't have to make a call after all.
And Matahari's asking, is that Jeff Johnson you're referring to?
No, my husband Jeff Linkson.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There you go, Matahari.
That's all right. Yeah, Jeff said my husband's a Jeffrey also. No, but fortunately, I didn't have to really run in and do much with Jeff Johnson.
Gotcha. The one name that interests me that came up again, this is the third time, was the State Highway Patrol officer.
Scott Rawson.
Yes. That name comes up a lot. It's kind of interesting to me. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences within these cases because there's too many of them. So.
Right, and he was dirty from the word go, and like I said, when I could not get past him. Anytime, that's who they always referred me to, and then I'll be darned if they didn't refer me to him a couple months ago when I called looking. I was going to try and find out where Doug's clothes went, because they're not listed on the sheet for the evidence locker, and that was kind of strange.
Yeah, I still don't understand how that all worked out. I really don't. No,
Well, I'm pretty sure that I was going to tell you what my theory was on what happened was these guys are all criminals and have a record.
Please do. I'd love to hear that. Go for it.
And I think that instead of them working for the police and being the police's snitches and stuff, they realized, well, I think they turned the tables on them because they have a job to protect and a reputation to cover and to withhold up. But these guys, they're criminals, and that's what we know them as, and dirty dogs, and so they don't care. And I think that's basically, I think the police are working for the criminals, because I know I've pretty well know where that Mason ring went that disappeared out of Fredericktown, and this is all since Katie's been there.
Okay, and it doesn't. That's not very far fetched. It's really not, because why not? If the criminals make more money than the police do, there you go.
Exactly.
You got the police on the take. That way, you get it all. You get it all. You get everything you need for. You get protection from the police, as well as getting what you need done. End of story. And when somebody gets too close or hears something or sees something they shouldn't see, it's very easy to just get rid of that person and move along with what you're doing, in my opinion. So I can.
And they have a little, I mean, this is just discussion with you, but they have a little twin engine Cessna that's over there at the airport. And it's weird because I used to be a nanny when I was young. I was a nanny for a Jewish family in St. Louis, and they had a little jet engine that they kept over there at Spirit Airport. And we used to actually, just sit on the sideline and get tickled at watching them trying to land, because I mean, sometimes they'd have to go around twice if the wind was, bad. And that doggone plane flies in and out of there. I found this out after they burnt my house down, and I finally found a place to move. We moved to Park Hills, and when I would come down there, I would just use 00, which is what the airport's on. And that plane flies in and out of there like, get this, like 2 and 4 in the morning. See, Doug was killed between 2 and 4, and my house burnt down between 2 and 4. I mean, you can't hardly find a cop if you need one between 2 and 4.
Oh, it's interesting. That's
But
really interesting.
that little plane, they don't fly them planes, those little planes like that at night of all things. And it's usually flying in and out of there just in the middle of the night.
That's really interesting. Absolutely. Let me ask you a quick question about somebody that was just recently found there deceased from out of town, actually, by the name of Jason Blair. Are you familiar with that scenario at all?
No.
Okay, so this Jason Blair was from Chicago or Illinois and had came to Fredericktown again, was last known walking down the road, disappeared, and then was found deceased, just like everybody else was. So
wait. Did he have the kids in the car or something?
No, he was just him and his dog, and the dog was found, but he was found deceased. So I gotta wonder at this point, this guy's from out of town. Why was he in Fredericktown at that point from Illinois? And then why did he disappear and then come up dead? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Again, I
heard about that, and it happened so quick.
I have to wonder if he had a tracker in his pocket.
Just saying.
Maybe a little yellow one?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. And here's going backwards a little bit, too, with what you said, Karen. I'm really curious about, I think Doodlebug is, too, about the chain of custody with Doug's items and evidence. That's something that I have a big question about. Who handles that? What happened to it? How that happened, and how that works that way without anybody questioning it one time. With everything disappearing.
Right, and in the sports mirror too, they just acted like I was a fool for even asking. I'm kind of looking at the file real quick to see, but I'm sure there isn't. I would have seen it by now. A name on the evidence page. As far as I know, Becky McFarland took care of everything. Of course, Wendell Blue and David Lewis are the ones that took a couple of samples and did, like, when they found the car and they did the testing off the car and stuff like that. That was Wendell Blue and David Lewis did that together.
Because there is, Wendell Doodle said earlier too. Somebody has to sign off on that. Sign in, sign out. Sign in, sign out. You can't just, you can't just walk in there, grab something, and walk out. I mean, you're not.
There's no one that goes in and out of the evidence locker room that isn't signed in or signed out. And I can't believe they didn't give her a name. Because they didn't want to. Why would they?
Well, that would give yes.
But they Fredericktown has always I had found this thing, and I think somebody else found it, and they were looking at it, and it froze up on us. It locked up. It was Fredericktown's past their history, and it was just like this. You scrolled through this. I guess it would have been like a little book or pamphlet or something, and it was only about maybe 6 to 10 pages long, and it was talking about their history all the way back to like 18 whatever, and it was talking about murders and deaths, and a lot of the names that were on there were the names like Whitworth and um oh shoot, the ones that you hear of now, that that they're probably dead and gone because it's their ancestors, but it was common names that you still hear of, in that town. And it's weird because I don't believe they ever actually had a law system that they went by, that it's a written law. I think they've always been in kangaroo court, and they, have their own charges and stuff. I would have loved to have seen, like, isn't there somewhere where they have, they keep a basic going rate for like, a speeding ticket or,
Yeah.
anything that any violations and stuff that you would get in trouble for, because it seems to me like Fredericktown's, it's always been so extremely high, and maybe it's not, maybe there's more to it than I'm looking at, but it has always been a kangaroo court, and they charge their own charges, and
they pretty much do whatever they want, and they always have. Yeah, I got you.
Right, and there's a dirty one in every office. I mean, I'm not kidding you. Robin Fulton was the dirty judge, and it really upsets me that he just retired and he assigned another judge in his shoes instead of him being voted on. And he put this Dan Fall in there, and he's as dirty as he is.
Yeah, that's not how
they got a lawyer's office there on the main drag there in Fredericktown, and it was Graham Reed, Fulton, and trying to think. When I first moved there, and these guys, I mean, I had the qualifications to get the job, and they let me fill out this 4-page application, which was a real pain in the butt. And then they put little Susie next door in the seat, that had no training or nothing, and because she was known, in any of the good jobs, as you're coming out of the seat, somebody else is already scooting into it.
Right, and that's to jump back real quick for those of you that were here before. For anybody that remembers when we covered Timmy D's case, Robin Fulton was the judge who owns the land that Timmy D was found on when they found his body, guys. Right in a culvert, right in front of the man's home. That to go in and out of his driveway, you would have had to pass Timmy's body for 4 months, if that's where it was the whole time, every day.
Yeah,
and there's no way that nobody.
It used to be the most powerful drug cartel you ever did know.
Yep.
That's really weird.
Yes, ma'am. I do agree.
And this Fulton, he's always been. It's like whenever, like I was going to court, and I was just sitting in there to see what's up after Doug got killed, because I wanted to find out who this Fred was, and I was told he looks just like Nick, but he's bigger, and they were right. I was going to court a couple times just to see who was in trouble, what was going on, and stuff like that. And if you were just your like average person, like me, if I got called, Karen Langston, he would just, be kind of solemn and kind of shitty to you. But when it was one of the bad guys, he was like, "Oh, Nick, how you doing, buddy? Ain't seen you around here in a while." And I'm thinking, what is wrong with this judge? Here he is greeting the ones and acting like, they're best friends to the ones that have records, and then us ones that are clean, that are getting some kind of dirt thrown at us that didn't even, amount to nothing. He's hitting with the books or whatever. It's like, I don't get it. Well, then I found out that he's the dirty one, as far as the judges go. Because, get this, at my preliminary hearing, which they didn't even tell me was my preliminary hearing, because they didn't want me to bring any witnesses or any kind of evidence. But George took the stand, and he said I didn't hold him against his will in any way, shape, or form. So instead of throwing it out, the judge, Fulton's just kind of sitting there, him on around. The $3,000 lawyer I hired, Blake Dudley, which is the prosecuting attorney here now, smelled like alcohol so ungodly bad. I couldn't even stand when he tried to talk to me. Like they come up to you in court and they want to talk real low and whisper and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, there is nothing that smells worse than last night's alcohol.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with that.
And then to see him coming to the courthouse a couple of weeks ago, that he's the prosecuting attorney of St. Francis County, I was like, oh my gosh. And anytime I mentioned his name, somebody would say, "You hired a drunk." And I'm like, why didn't anybody say this when I was high? Because I thought if I got a lawyer up around here that I'd be bettering myself than to get one in Fredericktown, which up around here is Farmington.
Yeah.
And I'll be
Right.
darned if and so he doesn't say anything, and I'm looking at him like I'm wondering why he's not representing me. And the judge was just getting ready to say something, and then the Scott Rawson says, "The state will take over," and bam, they sure did. And and for 3 years, I did change venue to St. Genevieve, but I'm having to go to court every month just to be there, or else, and then to be rescheduled to the following month. And I mean, that's what took us into bankruptcy and stuff. It was costing Jeff about $150 each time he had to take off work, and then if we got a bite to eat or anything, and plus all the bond money we had to come up with and all that stuff. And I mean, it just kept wanting more and wanting more. But for 3 years, so then this is how that ended. I refused. Okay, I got two other misdemeanor or two plea bargains hit towards me, and one of them was Class A misdemeanor, stalking. Stalking. I said, "There's no way." I said, in the first place, felonious restraint. What a twisted word. But felonious restraint was bad enough, and that was, that's holding someone against their will. But stalking means I was following every corner. Time he lifted his head, I was there. Bull. I was not going to take charges that I didn't do.
Absolutely.
So
I wouldn't either.
I hung in there, and but I had gotten rid of Dudley and got actually it was Dwight Robbins. I've had good luck with Dwight Robbins, believe it or not. The few times that I've needed him, he's the one that was in the Durante case and the other things. But Dwight Robbins always was more or less like he wasn't with the dirty dirt, but at the same time he was, because he knew this was going on. But they wouldn't include him in their little games because they knew he didn't really want to participate in it.
Mm-hmm.
But he knew they were going on, so that makes him just as dirty.
Yes, ma'am. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But he was my lawyer for the time being, and he was representing me, and we were going to St. Genevieve and back and everything. And the night before, I was going to shock treatment 120 days. They were going to put me in prison for shock treatment 120 days for a crime that wasn't committed. So I was sticking it out. There was no way that I was taking charges I didn't do. And I kept saying, I didn't commit a crime. I'm not going to do it. And everybody was worried about me. And I said, well, got to take care of me. I'm not taking charges for something I didn't do.
Absolutely.
So I hung in there. And the night before, and it was on July 15th of all times. It was on the day Doug was murdered. And I guess they thought I'd fall apart. I don't know. But I put something on Facebook first time, and I said, tomorrow I'm going to prison for 120 days shock treatment. I said, I probably won't be coming back home. I'll probably commit suicide because I'm not going to jail for my son's murder. I said, and I said, rumor has it this assistant prosecutor was paid $3,000 under the table to keep me from investigating my son's death. And he's been attacking me ever since, blah, blah, blah. So I go to court the next day, and Dwight asked me, did you put something on Facebook? And I was like, oh, yeah. He goes, well, he says, well, take it off there for the time being. He goes, he didn't even show up. I said, really? Huh, the truth hurts, huh? So he must have been paid the $3,000 under the table because, he ended up not showing up to court. And Dwight says, just go ahead and have a seat here. He says, I'm not sure what they're going to do with your case. He said, I'll get back with you. So I'm sitting in the hallway having a seat and everything, and this lady comes out from the Attorney General's office, and she introduced herself and said that she wasn't familiar with my case. She would look it over and get back with me, get back with my lawyer in a week or two. And she said, because I haven't even read into your case. I am so sorry. I'm not familiar with it, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that's okay. 2 days, Dago, 2 days. My lawyer calls me. He says, hey, everything's been dropped and thrown out. Well, that's fantastic, that I hung in there and I won. But how come there was no settlement on the money that they sucked out of me?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely.
He's forcing me into bankruptcy and stuff. Well, Dwight doesn't sue people because, we don't sue each other because of the favors we do for each other. Favors? Really?
Yeah, there you go, right there. What favors? What type of favors? Right. Thank you.
So now, I'm just out of that money. And then now I'm just out of the last of my son's belongings that, was all that was him. That's bullshit. And that place should be held accountable for, that stuff because it was put in there and locked by a police officer.
Right. That should still be there. Every single piece of that should still be there. There's no way any of that should be missing. Why would it be? That's another thing. There should, unless it went into your hands, it should still be sitting in that box, in that room, tagged like it's supposed to be. There's no reason for any of it to go anywhere unless they don't want somebody else to know what it was. I kept trying to
let me see it because by law it's my right that I could see his stuff. Now I can't tamper with it, and it's already in plastic and it's sealed. But you can, it's in clear plastic, and you're supposed to, if asked, let the parents see it, or that's all I wanted. I wanted to make sure it was there because I didn't believe him all along. So what exactly was still left there, Karen? Okay, he had. Let me see right here. Is the paper. Okay, it says evidence seized from the scene, 7/15/10. It was a skull and rabbit foot keychain attached to one key. Pack of menthol Camel cigarettes. Pack of ZZ Top rolling papers. Oops. That's 4 $1 bills. A Bic lighter, Walmart receipt, Rhodes receipt, Cherokee Pass Conoco receipt. Let me see, an illegible receipt, silver earring, a charger. See, I didn't even have his number. He had just bought that charger the day before, and he had I think they were Kia. It tells the phone that he had there, and it 2B cell phone charger. And then he had the other phone there because they identified him by the phone he had went to pick up and ended up leaving there. Right. But and it says here, blue long sleeve button up shirt, size 15, 2 gray socks, pair of black dress pants, gray long sleeve shirt, black and gray tie, brown wallet, containing Robbins law office card, and then Missouri Career Center card, photograph of a young male, multiple store receipts. See attached. Teal's non-driver's license identification. His Missouri driver's license. Missouri examination record. See, all this shit's missing. Teal's social security card. Piece of paper with his name and address. Black zipper bag containing registration. With all that's gone. Everything that's on that list, what is left in that box? Well, I didn't have the list at the time, but Katie was reading some stuff off to me, and there's just like I think that Doug kept a change of clothes with him because he would have time in between. So I think that all that's left there is kind of, I think it's like the socks is left there, and the tie. I've been trying to get somebody to answer me that too, because I think I have a right to know what's in that locker. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I agree with you. But all I know is it's not, because like the one thing she did do is she called me and she didn't have the file in front of her and she was rattling off what was in there. And it was just I kept telling her there's like a whole page worth of stuff missing. And she said, well, there's nothing I can do about that. I'm just letting you know that you wanted to know what was in there. And it was just like 2 or 3 things. And I don't even think she had complete access to it. I think she was trying to go by what was still sealed. Or here's the thing. The statement alone, there's nothing I can do about that. She should have questioned that herself right there. Okay. But she didn't. That's a problem for me right there alone. If you're not going to question this, where is this stuff? Why is it not there? Why is there all this on the list and there's only 2, 3 things left? Why isn't she questioning it unless she already knows the answer to that question? Is my problem. You know what I mean? Well, exactly. That's what I couldn't understand. In the entire Cutco, he was selling knives for this Vector company. Yeah. Cutco knives for Vector company, and he had to have this $150 display, and it's got all of them listed here, and they're all gone. There's not one knife or one. There was a pair of scissors and a sharpener, I think and all these items are missing. And then right here on the back it says, and she didn't name any of these off. But I just sent her one of these sunshine letters, and she sends it back that there's nothing to do with Doug's case there. But it says here that there should be the surveillance video from the Cherokee Pass Conoco. There should be the let me see here, a blue clipboard containing his work papers, and then tissue samples. And I mean, where's all this stuff at? Is a CD containing record phone reports of the initial 911 conversation?
None of that's in there.
I guess not. She says it in anyway.
That's quite interesting. Quite interesting. Somebody should be answering for that again and again at that point, because that right there within itself should be in a, I don't know, Doodle, isn't that federal when evidence is messed with?
It can be. It depends on the case, but all belongings go to the next of kin when the case is closed. I don't understand why it's sitting there, unless it's like money or drugs or something like that. Personal items should be given to next of kin.
That's exactly my point. Like, she should have got that stuff a long time ago if they closed this case. And first of all, she didn't get any of it, let alone most of it's gone. And the officer that she spoke to that was reading through this should have said, wait a minute, where's this?
That was Officer Long, and he told me that Doug is the only one that has access to his belongings. He'd have to pick them up. Can you believe that? I left there. I was crying my heart out when I walked out of there. Jeff goes, what is going on? I said, he's telling me that Doug has to come up here and pick his belongings up. You know, how stupid are these people?
No. Listen. That doesn't work that way. I've seen it happen when something happens to somebody that their belongings are handed off to their next of kin, their loved ones, whatever. It happens all the time, Karen. So what he said,
I know. Well, he can't very well come up there and get him himself. He's dead.
Of course not. Absolutely.
You know, what a great thing to say to me.
These people they have the most excellent bedside manner I've ever seen in my life. It's disgusting. And I meant that purely sarcastically, just so everybody knows. Unbelievable. I don't know
if I got to make it this far, but it was the sheriff. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay. It was the sheriff when I went to see him that said, when I said, well, what about what the coroner is saying about, his body was down and expired? I said, if there's no foul play, what are you saying? And he said, well, Karen, maybe the boy got tired and lay down and took a nap. These things happen. It was David Lewis that said, maybe the boy laid down and took a nap. Because my jaw dropped to the floor. My whole family's did. They could not believe that this ignorant, had that kind of a response to this. He had absolutely no feelings at all of any of us standing there hurt.
That just blows my absolute mind. I am so sorry that you had to go through that.
So I was telling you about Chris. So when I stopped in, her salon and was saying, that they're trying to say that Doug was still alive. I said, we'll see when the autopsy gets here. She goes, the autopsy? She goes, Karen, it's been here for 2 weeks. She goes, or more. She goes, I go to court tomorrow. I said, what? That's why the coroner told me the autopsy wasn't in yet. Because I asked him if would Chris's lawyer have access to the autopsy? And he said yes, but anybody that gets a copy of the autopsy has to get it through me. And he says, and I haven't heard from Chris's lawyer yet.
That's what
Chris clarified. So I said to Chris, because they knew that if the autopsy wasn't in, I wouldn't suspect there being any kind of a court date. And they didn't want me to stop her from carrying the charge, I guess. I don't know, but the next day I went into court, and I would love to have had a camera going and on David Lewis and Becky McFarland, because, not only did they shit themselves, but their jaws dropped to the floor, because I was the last person they expected to walk through that door.
I'm sure.
And I just sat down in one of the seats, and was just listening, and I raised my hand like I was a student at school or something. And the judge called upon me, and he said, ma'am, did you want to say something? And I stood up and I said, with all due respect, I said, I would like to make a statement here. My name's Karen Langston. I'm Doug Teal's mother. And so he swore me in right there where I stood. I didn't have to go down and take no witness stand or nothing.
Right.
And I just told him, I said, my name's Karen Langston. I said, I'm Douglas Teal's mother. I said, Doug and his family wants absolutely no charges whatsoever brought forth on this woman. She had nothing to do with the murder of Doug Teal. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Had she had not hit him, somebody else would have, and
Yeah.
left it at that. So she was going in for 120-day shock treatment, and that saved her from doing that. And her lawyer couldn't thank me enough, and he's the one that gave me my copies of the autopsy and the case to start with. And
They were gonna try to charge the driver for hitting him on accident, not seeing him.
Yep.
Oh,
They had to pin it on somebody. They didn't have anybody to place. They didn't have anybody to.
well, because
charge.
they can't pin it on themselves, Karen. We know that, So
And this Russell Dedeker, he did put down homicide on Doug's, but he said that it was due to being hit by a car. His death was caused from being hit by the car.
That should have been accidental death, not homicide. They lied. They lied.
Was it listed as negligent homicide, or was it?
No.
Accidental death would have been what the answer is. Doodle's right.
But see, because Doug's head was liquefied, she wasn't the first. Those guys had been hitting Doug a long time before she came along.
See, I'm glad you came back up here because there's something I wanted to bring up to you too. I'm sure you're familiar because you interviewed with Sonova Cantrell when she did this as well. She made a statement in her one video. We were just going through that because she does amazing work as well. And she said, it's very interesting. Or she said, we don't know, but, and I hate to say this out loud, but it's a fact at this point, Karen. We don't know that Doug could have been shot in the head and nobody would have known about it because of what you just said of the way his head was. And it makes you wonder if that's why this was done, to cover that up in some senses. Do you know what I mean? Because
I really don't think there was a gun involved. These guys were such low life, ignorant son of a guns that they used a blunt object. I think they had a baseball bat and a club.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he actually was, but I was just bringing her point as to anything could have been done. Blunt force trauma with a bat, with a pipe, with anything, and to cover that up, they put him there, knowing that he'd probably get hit by a car because it was foggy, dark, and that would have covered everything up that they did. That's my opinion on this at this point, and that's how I'm looking.
That's what I think too. I think pretty much that same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think. And like I said, when Sonova made that statement, I went, "I'll be damned, that's exactly right. That's perfect." So I truly believe this, and I'm telling you, with Doug's case, with Timmy's case, with Durante's case, everything that has happened to these kids, it always seems to be the look of something else has been done to them to cover something else up. It always seems to be. Okay. And that's
right. And these people are all intertwined. Whether or not they hang out together, I don't know. But Jacob Kirkpatrick was 10 years after Doug, and it was the same ordeal, except Jacob having to come upon the sex tracking. Doug came upon the drugs. That's the only difference there. But they were killed the same. He was thrown out on the highway, and a little old man taking his grandson fishing hit him.
And I'm telling you, that theory right there, Karen, this is where I've been with this for a while. Doug heard about the drugs. You're talking about Jacob hearing about the trafficking. I'm talking about Durante was probably seeing or hearing something inside the Wade house that he didn't need to. Timmy probably heard something or was involved around something that he shouldn't have seen. And here we are again. Go back to Michaela Jones as well. What did she see or hear that Bobby Boone didn't want her to see or hear, in my opinion? These things are all linked together. I'm telling you, that's how this is all flowing at this point. And it's absolutely driving me nuts that nobody can see this and do something about this at this point. It's enough.
That's what drives me nuts. You are 100% right, because like I said, they leave such a trail behind stuff that you don't even need to be. I said somebody could just get out of college with their bachelor's degree or whatever, and they could retire on Fredericktown. They could be wealthy and retire on Fredericktown because they leave a stupid trail wherever they go that points exactly who did it, and they don't seem to care because they've been doing it for so long that a sloppy job doesn't matter.
That's it, because they've been getting away with it for so long. Nobody cares. Everybody's afraid to care. Here we are again. And what's the next one? What's the next one going to be? That's why we have to make something happen with this, because it's going to continue to happen as long as it's allowed, and that's enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Too many of you mothers and families have lost your children for no reason whatsoever. There had to be no reason for this, guys. None. And it's got to be
Right.
enough at this point. I'm sorry, but
And I wasn't done. I was so excited where Doug was in life, and I was ready to see what he, made of himself, what it became of him when this happened. I mean, I know we all feel the same way, but it was just, he was getting ready to go. He was an artist, and he had taken correspondence courses, and he was getting ready to go to Arizona in a couple of weeks and start making $100,000 a year. And I was so excited on where he was in life and wanted to see this boy fly, and they shot him down. And what's really sad is he never even got to tell us about the party the night before. He never told us he was on cloud 9 when he got shot down below the dirt.
I know, and I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry.
And so somebody said he bought his mom a gift, because she's always there for him, and they stole it too. I don't even know what it could have been.
I'm so sorry. I really am, Karen. I'm so sorry. I know.
And I told Becky where the car was at. The girl, somebody, a definite, lead came in on where this car was at, because I went and looked, and I told Becky to, and she kept not going. I said, "Are you going to go do a test on that car?" "Oh yeah, I just haven't had time." She just kept putting it off. Finally, one day she told me that she went and did a swab test and it came out negative. Bullshit, I told her. "You tested your own damn car." I said, because I know for a fact my son's blood was in that car. The witness told me she was there, and you can't tell me it's not. And you would have got, to this day, if I can find that car again, it's a Mustang and it's a collector's item. So I really doubt that it's destroyed.
Good point.
But she did not test that car because there was so much of his blood in that car that it would have swab tested it.
Do you know who owned the car?
Well, yeah, Fred Wood owned it, and he kept hiding it out at different people's houses.
Do we know what color it is or anything like that? It's a Mustang and a collector's item. So what color would it be? Maybe.
Yeah, it's a black. I believe it's a 76. I have to look in my paperwork. I haven't looked at that for a while, but I have it written down, and it's a black Mustang, and it's got. I can't believe it. It's got like duct tape, yellow duct tape that he put up one side of the hood, and then the other looks really tacky, because it might have looked good if it was real paint or real detail.
Right.
But you could tell it was a dumb amateur stupid move. But anyway,
well,
and all these people are dying. I'm losing a lot of my witnesses because they're dying, and then I just find out that Fred could be dying slowly. And if you're listening, Fred, good riddance, because my chair is sat empty while I've watched these guys in the store. They come right up. They don't even know it's me. And they come up, with their baby mamas and babies, and they're, having a good holiday and a good time, while my chair still sits empty and nobody's paying the price. And I think that's bullshit.
Yes, ma'am, it is. It is absolute bullshit, and it's unbelievably just it's so wrong. So wrong.
I hope I see closure before I die. I hope I see justice for him before I die.
Yeah.
That's all I want.
I agree. Matahari, who is Bling, by the way, she's been following this and helping with this case too, as well as all of these cases, says, "Karen, I promise you, just like I promised Barb, that I'm never stopping until these kids get justice that they deserve. We are building an army around all of you. Doug will get justice." And that's a fact. There's so many of us now that are supporting you and putting this word out between Sonova and her and myself and Arctic Fox and so many other creators that are out here standing next to you to make this happen. I promise you, Karen, every one of us will do everything we can to make something happen for you. And that goes
I thank you guys. I really do. I thank you guys. Because I don't even care if Doug's stuff goes viral. I'm not in it for the publicity. I am in it for just justice and closure, because our constitutional right says that they should have it.
Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely correct. It's all about that. Nothing but justice. And that's all they deserve. You deserve. Every family member involved in any one of these cases deserves real justice on this. It's not fair, and it has to be done. It has to be enough, guys. We have to make something happen with this. I'm telling you guys now, I'm going to contact the Department of Justice myself, and I'm going to see if I can find somebody to talk to that may look at this and understand that I can refer them to multiple people. Sonova just said that she would be willing to work with me on a collaboration to do something as well. That's great to me. That would be awesome. Another we can do it another day and put more information out again together at that time. But I'm going to contact the Department of Justice and bring this to somebody and see if they'll at least take a look at this. It's enough. It's too much. We have to make something happen here. This is too many people.
And they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop because nobody's making them.
Well, that's the thing. It's going to keep getting passed on and keep passed on and passed down to the next person that's involved or relative of the person or whatever. It's got to be stopped. Period. So that is exactly what it's all about right there. Thank you, Madhari. Marion says we're not going away, so Fredericktown, Missouri better get used to us and give us our answers and get our justice for our loved ones. Amen to that, Marion. Yes, ma'am. Amen.
Hopefully.
So I'm going to have to bring this to a close, Karen. I want to thank you so very much once again for taking the time out of your day to come in here. I know this is hard to do in some senses, and I know it's very hard to talk about. So thank you for being brave enough and trusting me enough to come in here to let me put this information out for you.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you. I mean, I can't thank you guys enough, each and every one of you, seriously. And I mean, I took 5 years of typing, and I'm just a little pecker. I got to be honest. You know, when it comes to this texting, plus I got a sleeping disorder, and sometimes it just puts me to sleep. And everybody's like, "Karen, where'd you go?" But I do thank every one of them that keeps coming on there and they say hi, Karen, or whatever. That's usually the reason I can't get right back to you is because I can't just text all the time.
No, it's understandable.
I appreciate any help that anybody's given me because I've pretty much walked this. I've traveled this lane by myself because my family's gone, and I don't have anybody to help me. And at the time, nobody could help because they were scared to death too. Now that people like Barb and Kim are speaking out, I didn't feel so alone. But I can't tell you how inferior I feel. I have received so much rejection that I actually feel, and I'm not this kind of person. I'm one who gets up and talks, but I actually feel withdrawn to myself a lot of times because I just know it's going to be shot down again, you know?
Well, listen, let's understand this. You are absolutely not alone. You're absolutely not alone at all. There's so many of us. You can see that now. And there's multiple creators that have taken this upon themselves to want to put this out for you. It's going to keep going. It's going to continue on. There's a couple other cases that I need to cover too from this area. And every time I cover a new case, the cases that I have covered are going to be linked to that as well. And I'm going to talk about those again, just like I have with Durante and Timmy and Michaela today. I keep adding these and keep bringing it back and keep going in circles with this to put it out there. It's never going to stop as long as I'm out here and Sonova's out here and Arctic is out here, Doodle's out here. All of us, we're going to continue. It's going to keep going. So.
Are you familiar that we're going to be in Jeff City? Not that you can go, but if anybody wants to go, we're going to be in Jeff City Monday.
Well, we can put that out right now. If anybody is in there,
Sonova is going to be doing the. She's a licensed advocate. She's going to be there on our behalf, and that's at the Capitol at Jeff City Monday from 12:30 to 3:30.
All right, guys, pay attention here real quick. Jefferson City, or is that what you said? Jefferson City?
Yeah, that's September 30th. That's Monday.
Okay, so Monday, September 30th. Sonova's going to be there. Jefferson City, they're going to be there. Anybody that's in that area or can get to that area, please, if you have the time, show up, support it, let everybody know.
She's going to be talking on our behalf. Sonova will be talking on our behalf.
All right, and if she goes live on that, then I will definitely pull that up and stream that as well. That way the whole world can see it too from my side.
We're hoping to have it live. We usually do.
That'll be great. Then I will pull it up for 100%, guys. Please be here for that. In fact, I'm going to take a note down. Doodle, remind me of that if I forget, okay?
And Karen,
Barbara will be there, Tim, and myself. Yes, ma'am.
It's been an honor to even get to work with you. You are amazing. And anytime that you even need to vent, whatever, you have my number. I'm available anytime. And I mean that.
I appreciate that. And if you want to go Monday, you can ride with us.
Okay. I'll have to see if my grandson can stay with his grandpa. But yeah, if he can, absolutely.
And that's
Yeah, you're welcome. I just
that's
found she's out. She's a neighbor.
Yeah. We live near each other actually. So
that's very awesome. And like I said, what Doodle just said to you, dear, goes double for me. I'm available just about any time. If you need contact information for me, Doodlebug can give it to you with no qualms. You can reach out to me anytime of day or night, even if it's just a vent. If there's something new that comes up, let me know. I would be glad to throw it back out there. Anything, at any time.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much.
I want you to know that this community is your community. This family is your family. We are 100% behind you. I promise you that.
Wow. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. God bless. Thank you so much, Karen, for everything. Know that we're all with you in spirit. We always will be.
We'll see me on your shows. I like to listen to you. You got an excellent show.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. I hope
Bye,
you
everybody.
have a wonderful rest of your night, dear. Goodbye.
You too. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Now I don't know how to hang up.
Oh. There you go. There we go. Oh.
there's strength in numbers, and these moms deserve their justice for their babies. I mean, it's heartbreaking. It is.
It absolutely is. She's pulling on my heartstrings, brought tears to my eyes. I can't handle hearing the tones in her voice, knowing what she's feeling. I can't, you guys. And we have to support this. I don't care what's going on. This is always going to come back to the surface for me. And I know it will for Doodlebug. Miss Barbara, Marion, James, Miss Kimberly, all of them, guys. I mean, they, like she said, strength in numbers, and it takes a village. And this village has got their backs, every one of them. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, excuse me. And again, guys, if we can, please go check out Sonova Cantrell. She's really done a lot of work on this as well, just as Arctic Fox. There's multiple creators that have done so much stuff on this and continue to do it. And I'm so happy to see that there's others besides us that are doing this, that are supporting these amazing people and these mothers and these families of these victims that are just not getting any justice or truth in any of this. So anything we can do to either change it, stop it, make it, bring the truth to the surface or to the light, bring it out of the darkness and bring it into the light, something Mom would say, it has to be done. That's all I'm saying. So Doodle, thank you so much for helping to produce this and bring this out as well and bring this all to light once again. Like I said, guys, it's so many different people and so many different circumstances, but it's all in the same place, guys. It's horrible. It is horrible that this is able to continue to happen. And like Karen just said, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate everything you've done on this, Molly. I appreciate everybody's input on this as well. And again, Doodlebug, thank you so much. I mean,
You're welcome. Thank you for having me on panel.
That just goes without saying. You're part of this. You're part of this, dear. Like I said, so you did amazing as always. Yes, you did. And there'll be more. There's going to be more, guys, just so you guys know. I still haven't actually brought the full case out of Michaela Jones. Ashley's case. There's another, there's that too. There's, oh, Jesus. I'm going to be looking into this Jason Blair situation now too. Anything that's attached to this area and this place and anything that goes along with it, I'm going to be looking at it with side eye because it's just wrong. So we will be bringing more. I will be, going back to this time and time again, back to Timmy D's, back to Durante Martin. If we find things that we can link it together with until something stops, until something is put out there and it says, okay, here it is. Here's what's going on. And now it just reiterates the things we were thinking about that were possibly going on with Durante and Timmy and things like that. It's just one more situation.
And it makes me wonder how many parents out there haven't said anything. How many more family members do people have to lose before accountability is held? And it's sad and it's really alarming.
It's very alarming, yeah. And not just that, dude, but how many other situations are out here that we don't even know about that haven't been recorded, that somebody that wasn't important enough to say, hey, this person's missing. We don't even know that, you know? And we got people popping up in this area that are being found deceased from out of state now. How many other times has that happened as well? Do you know what I mean?
Right. And they just throw it like it's nothing. Well, it was an accident or suicide. That's their main thing.
Yeah, they're always, guys, I don't know how many times we've seen these. It was an accident or they killed themselves. It doesn't happen that often, you guys. It can't. That's just ridiculous to me. And that's what their answer is. And I'm beyond the world of laziness at this point. This is beyond lazy. This is absolute compounded, full throttle corruption as far as I'm concerned at this point, after hearing what she just said. Okay? Knowing that her house was burnt to the ground, that's a warning, folks. If we don't know that yet, that's a warning. And that warning is back off and leave this alone. Shut your mouth. Come on now. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. And that's a dangerous situation, because a mother wants real answers about why her child is no longer in her life, why her child's dead at 19 years old. That's not how this works. And I'm not afraid of these people. So they can threaten me or say whatever they're going to say. I'm not afraid of it. Just so you know. Come at me, please. I will stand for these people till the day that I can no longer stand, you guys. And I promise you that. As would anybody else that's around this case. I'm telling you right now. It is. It is absolute corruption at its very core. Amen to that one, Matahari. 100%. And I appreciate you all being here to support this. You didn't have to be, but you did. And you were all amazing in chat for Karen, for us, for all of us in support of the channel, as you always have been with all these cases. I want to thank Ms. Barber for coming in and supporting James Tate as well. And of course, oh Lord, Marianne Tate, I appreciate your support as well. All of you in every one of the cases. Thank you so very much for everything you guys do to support each other, because I'm telling you, that's something else too that I think is amazingly wonderful. A lot of these people feel like they're alone, but this group of amazing people has supported each other. Doodle can tell you this. Throughout all of these cases and all of these horrible, horrible situations, they have banded together to support each other and keep each other above water with this stuff. I'm telling you, that's absolutely amazing to me. And I appreciate you all for doing that with each other.
These women are warriors. I want them on my side. That's for sure.
100%. Absolutely 100%. And guys, if we can, one more time, and I'm asking everybody, please like the chat up with blue hearts in support and honor of Douglas Teal, please. And again, know that Jefferson City Monday, September 30th, Sonova Cantrell is going to be there to support that, as well as Miss Karen and many others in support of all of this that has been happening and making something happen and being a voice for the voiceless, like we all try to be. So 100%, everybody, thank you so much for being here today. Guys, please, I have to bring this to a close because I'm going to be back in here at 9 p.m. tonight with Lighting Their Way Home. Miss PJ is going to be joining me because we're going to be doing what we were supposed to be doing last night. We had to reschedule till tonight for a review on the Maura Murray case. We're going back to that again. I'm going to give the stage to Lighting Their Way Home so that she can tell her side of the story with Maura Murray's case. So I hope to see all of you guys here tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that as well. There you guys go. That's amazing. Everybody did it. You guys are amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. God bless. Thank you all for supporting this and all these cases that we cover and all the families and helping us all be a voice for the voiceless, guys. You guys are amazing. Again, guys, I hope to see you all this evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Doodlebug, thank you so much for everything you do. As always, you're a wonderful person. You have an amazing heart, a beautiful soul. You're a great producer, and I appreciate everything you do for this channel and everybody that surrounds this channel as well. That goes to all of you as well, the Blue Crew. You guys know already how that flows. Other than that, guys, again, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. Stay true to yourselves. God bless everyone. Much love to you all, and I will see you very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim